decades. So you just think about taking care of business early on before conference play gets here.
Yeah, this team really took to heart the message was, we didn't make the regionals last year, right? And we all know that we should have been in, and I mean, we did enough to get in my opinion, and it hurt. But also, what could we have done differently, and what could we have done to control things ourselves? And the answer was we gave a lot of games away in the first 15, 20 games, and we were scuffling. We had some injuries. We didn't find ways to win in those days, and we lost to some teams we shouldn't have. All those things, and we talked a lot about that. If we want to control our own fate, then we have to get off to a good start and find ways to win games. There's only so much you can do in that. You and I talk about that a lot. It's a process, and you just try to control the controllables, and if you do a good job with that day in and day out, you're going to win a lot of games. And this team has found many different ways to win in just the 10 games we've played, which I think is a good thing. But it's just a start. I'm happy to see we're ranked first time in a while, and getting some recognition. But at the end of the day, it only matters where we're going to be in almost 3 months, 2.5 months, and we need to be the best team we can possibly be in 2.5 months, and that means that we can't sit on this, and we can't be happy with this, and we can't be overconfident or any of that stuff. We have to just keep improving.
Talking with the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, ahead of tonight's game with Co. All right, so another midweek game. The pitching is always sort of the emphasis in these games. So what's it look like today on the mound for us?
Well, a little different than last week. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. We're going to start Cade Obermuller, and we'll see how it goes. If it goes really smooth, you may see Cade for 3 innings. I'd like to see 2 for sure, and then after that, we're going to mix and match from there with all the guys that didn't get a lot of the guys that didn't get a throw this weekend, and in the back side of the game, if we're going to hopefully see Luke Llewellyn, and Luke's just had some bad luck with not getting in games. He's one of our better relievers, and he's going to have a big role in this team, and I'm really excited to see Luke throw again today. And then if Will Christopherson is needed, we might throw Will in the 9th if he wants to work on a cold day. If he doesn't, then, depending on where we're at with the score in the game, you may see somebody different in the 9th. But, same thing with Jacob Henderson. Jacob hasn't been used a lot. We know he's going to be a guy and a key piece to this as we move through the season. And he didn't have a great outing. He didn't have a great outing against Loris. Walked 3 guys, but he didn't give up a run. He got out of it. But uncharacteristic of him, he's not a guy that generally walks guys. And got to get Jacob back out there and get him going and have him ready to go when we need him. I like to see the midweek games with the wind blowing the other direction. It's blowing in hard. It's a weird wind. It's an east wind with a slight south tint. So balls basically from the other side of the scoreboard in left field have a chance to get out. A lot of the balls that guys hit hard to left field in batting practice hooked foul. The wind just took them and ran with it. It's blowing pretty hard. I didn't think it was supposed to be blowing this hard today, but it is blowing pretty hard, and it's a pretty chilly wind, and we're going to need to have a line drive day on offense and take advantage of hopefully the free bases they give us, and play great defense, and our pitchers are going to have to do a good job.
Similar approach offensively when it comes to usage of position players as we had last week against Loris.
As far as starters
personnel,
go, it's going to be similar. Sam Honar's in such a good place. I'm going to keep Sam out at second base. Where Gable Mitchell played short last week, and then with Michael and Sam in a hot streak, I didn't really want to take them out of the lineup today, and at least at the beginning. We all hope in these games that you can get ahead and get everybody in. It doesn't always work that way, as we well know, but that would be the hope. And then Garrett Christensen is gonna catch. The outfield, new starter in left field, we're going to give Ben Wellmus a start. Ben hasn't played as much as we would have liked to see, just because of how things have gone, and I feel like he's in a good place offensively, and I liked his at-bat. His at-bats on Sunday at the backside of the game, and just really want to see Ben get a good game out there. And then we're going to give Hucksdorf with the knee a break, at least starting out in this game, and move Peterson to center, and then Mosley in right field, and then hopefully we can get Frazier and Sarsfield and some of the other outfielders in, Strohmeyer, if the game goes our way.
Just a quick note on Co. What do you see from them?
Well, obviously we're not going to know a lot about them. We don't have the video to really scout them like we do a Division I opponent. But I know Coach Cook very well. Competed against him when I was at Upper Iowa. He's ran an awesome program. National caliber Division III program. Was in the regionals. Last year. Has been in the World Series recently. They're gonna have a good team, and we're gonna have to play well to beat them. They're gonna come out and play hard. I know that.
Yeah. All right. Keys to victory today to take down Co.
Well, anytime that you run a bunch of arms out like we do in some of the midweek games, you need all of them to be able to throw strikes and eliminate the freebies. Because as we talked last week, when you get beat by a Division III team, generally it's because two things happen. One, you gave them free bases and they were able to take advantage of it. And two, you weren't dialed in offensively, and you didn't have a good approach that day. And hopefully we can avoid those two things. And if we do that, I feel good about it. I feel good about where the guys were in pregame. You can usually tell at least a little bit about their mentality. Nobody seemed tired or lethargic. Guys were flying around. They were having fun. We took a really good batting practice, and our infield defensive work, guys were sharp. So I'm optimistic that we're going to come out and give a good effort today.
All right, Coach. Thanks for your time. Let's win the day and beat Co.
All right. Thanks, John.
There you have it, pregame conversation with Coach Rick Heller ahead of our matchup with the Co-Hawks coming up in just a little bit. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
It's Iowa and Co. this afternoon. The Hawks and the Co-Hawks coming up in just a few minutes. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. All right, John, the Hawks are 9-1, can get to 10 with a win over Co today in this midweek game.
Good opportunity here, as we've talked about, and the Iowa pitching has been very good on weekends. And because of that, some really good arms in the bullpen haven't had a chance to throw. And so this will be their chance to get out there and shuffle the lineup just a little bit, get some of the bench guys a chance to play and keep loose and give them an opportunity to shine.
Got to take care of business here today against Co with that big series looming against Texas Tech this weekend.
It's one of those obviously you don't want to look ahead. Iowa maybe learned a little bit of a lesson with that last year, but we've had some trouble with travel this week, and so everybody will have to be sharp and ready to go.
All right, it's time for the national anthem. When we come back, we'll give you starting lineups and the batting orders of Iowa and Co. Coming up right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
All right, it's Iowa and Co. this afternoon. The Hawks and the Co-Hawks. How many times are we going to say that today? We're going to try to avoid that. We're going to try to go with Iowa and Co. this afternoon.
Well, we had Hawks last week, so we're rolling a theme here, I think.
Co from just up the road in Cedar Rapids. Co's just 1-2 on the season. Head coach is in his 26th season, Steve Cook. He and Coach Heller have a long history together competing against one another, so we'll see what Co's got on their side today. Let's give you the batting order for the Co-Hawks. They'll be led off by Mitchell Eckert. He's their second baseman. Jacob Brocious will bat second. Tice Johnson batting third. And the cleanup spot is designated hitter Reed Roush. Creighton Kreschel's in left field batting fifth. Jack Allison is batting sixth. 7, 8, 9 is Tyler Elliott, Joey Sartan, and Daniel Hawes. As the Hawkeyes take the field defensively, they'll be led by Cade Obermuller on the mound. We'll get to Cade's stats in just a moment. Defensively, the Hawks will go with Garrett Christensen behind the plate. Over at first is Brennan Deriggi. Sam Honars at second. The Hawkeye shortstop today is Michael Seegers. At the hot corner, third base is Raider Tello. In the outfield, the Hawks shake a couple of things up. They'll go Ben Wilmus in left, Sam Peterson in center, Chase Mosley in right. Getting another look at Cade Obermuller today, John.
Good chance for the freshman here. Plan's a little bit different. Last week, the midweek game, everybody threw an inning. Cade has really already shown he's had 2 appearances already this season and has shown some fantastic stuff. The 2 appearances, he's only thrown 2 innings, but gave up a hit, a walk, struck out 3, and you see some crazy movement from his off-speed stuff. So the left-hander's got some really good action, and so the idea would be today, see if you can stretch him out a little bit, get him 2 or 3 innings. Maybe he kind of works his way into, Iowa looks at it as they have 6 starters for the weekend series. Maybe make it where Cade maybe has a more prominent role, or even starts to work his way into that mix of leaned-on pitchers.
Obermuller getting the start. Sounds like Iowa's going to go with a bit of a different approach with the pitchers today, and that maybe let a couple of guys go a little bit longer, where the game against Loras was just 1 inning each. Obermuller, first pitch is just outside to Mitchell Eckert, the second baseman. Eckert is hitting, all zeros so far. He's 0 for 10 to kick off the year.
And going back to Cade, I think you'll see Cade probably get through the lineup once, maybe throw 3 innings if things work out right, and then maybe get back to the 1-inning track. But we'll see how all that works out.
Eckert's a left-handed hitter. Nice breaking ball to even the count at 1-1 from the Hawkeye lefty. In gray uniforms with maroon numbers with a white outline. They've got gray baseball pants with a maroon and white stripe down the side. 1 ball, 1 strike from Obermuller on its way home, and it hit him in the right hip, and so Eckert is on with a hit by pitch to start this one.
Stood in there and took it. We've talked about that through a couple of the broadcasts, a breaking ball in there that maybe he could get out of the way, but decides he doesn't need to get all the way out of the way and goes ahead and takes it and jogs down to first.
Well, free bases was one of the talking points in pregame with Coach Heller. That's how you kind of open the door for some other teams to get involved if they can take advantage. Here's Jacob Brocious, the runner on first. Brocious, a left-handed hitter. He squares to bunt and fouls it in the box.
Well, and this is an interesting one, too. You know, Iowa has very detailed scouting reports on all of their opponents. They don't have anything on Coe, so no tape, don't really know how somebody wants to hit. In this case, you know, as he squares to bunt, they don't really know if Coach likes to play short game, if he wants to, you know, if he kind of pounds it out, if they run a lot. Had kind of a loss here, so the first time through will be a little bit of a learning experience.
Yeah, our guess will be as good as theirs, huh? A 1 pitch on its way home, high and outside. Garrett Christensen doing the catching for the Hawks today. He made his first start last week against Loras.
Interesting mix here, too. You know, both of the first two hitters lefty, so, you know, lefty on lefty with Cade. So good mix for him to try to figure out what he needs to do to get people out. And, you know, it is his first start now.
And they've got the runner in a pickle, but Obermuller threw it away. Past DeRiggi, and so Eckert's up to second. He'll try for third. Here comes the throw from DeRiggi, but it's late. And so Coe has some things moving here in the first as Eckert is on third now. Obermuller tried to go with the pickoff move. They had him in a pickle, but the throw was errant to first.
One of those things where it was almost too easy. All you had to do was get it to DeRiggi so he doesn't make the hard throw over and threw it in the ground.
And so now with nobody out in the top of the first, Coe trying to get on the board. Brocious, the 1-1 count. Pitch from Obermuller's over his head, gets away from Christensen. He's able to get to it before Eckert can get down the line. So the count's 2-1. Eckert still on third with nobody out.
Just needs to settle in here. Again, Cade's shown some good stuff with the relief appearances, but it's different when you get handed the ball for the first time in front of your home crowd. He's an Iowa City kid, and so a little bit different deal.
2 balls and a strike from Obermuller out of the stretch. Comes set, and the pitch. Just high, ball 3. The Hawks are donning brand new uniforms today. White baseball caps with the script I in black. They've got the black bill on their white baseball caps. Black tops with script Iowa spelled out in gold across the chest. Gold numbers. Iowa wearing white baseball pants today. Look pretty sharp out there. Look good, play good. That's the theme. The 3-1 pitch is outside. Ball 4. Obermuller off to a bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, we haven't followed the look good, play good thing so far, so we'll have to kind of change that up, and Coach McGrath will take a little walk and see if he can calm the freshman down just a bit.
Yep, Coach McGrath, the pitching coach. You talk to him usually once a series on the weekends. He's usually got very valuable information for us. It's his role as pitching coach, so he'll have a few things up his sleeve for Cade with a runner on first and a runner on third. Nobody out in the Coe first inning trying to get on the board. Iowa is 9-1. Coe is 1-2 to start the season.
Yeah, hard to believe, and I suppose it's different at Division III. But even last week when we played Loras here, they'd played 6 games already, and so a slow start to the spring for Coe, and maybe that's just a bad break of where they went. The weather wasn't cooperative, or maybe they just started a little bit later. But they'll be getting after it here, and you know, as you go through the roster, there's a lot of Iowa kids and Eastern Iowa kids on the roster. So, chance to play in a big field and make some noise close to home.
Nice thing to do early in the season to play the Division III schools. All right, here's Tice Johnson, right-handed hitter, first baseman. First pitch to him. He squares to bunt, pulls it back. It's a called strike. High in the zone, 0-1. Good job, Obermuller, to start up in this at-bat.
Yeah, we've talked a lot in all the broadcasts, but you know, it's especially important. Strike one, you know, get ahead. It opens up your pitch library and lets you throw a bunch more stuff.
Check swing, pitch missing just inside, and so it's 1-1. Good test here for Obermuller to see if he can, you know, clean up his own mess a little bit here.
Hasn't had any real adversity this year. He's come in, done a nice job, cleaned up. I think it was the 9th inning on Friday, but really came in and mowed people down.
Runner takes off for second, a half swing. He went around. It's 1-2, but the runner advances up to second on that backside. No throw from Christensen. Good job there, but runners on second and third. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out in the top of the first.
Went ahead and put the hit and run on there with the 1-1 count, and hitter tried to protect, and it's just a tough pitch to handle. Couldn't get a bat on it, but no throw anyway.
1-2 from Obermueller. Downstairs, ball 2.
Yeah, Cade has good movement on his stuff, so it's Gehrig will have to be alert here behind the plate, make sure that he keeps everything in front of him and doesn't allow just a cheap run to score on a wild pitch or pass ball.
Yeah, trust Cade a bit here. 2-2 on the ground, up the middle. Seegers moves over. He's got it. The throw across to first is in time. The run will score from third. 1 down. Coe leads 1-0.
Good play by Michael there to range to his left, and was quite a ways in the hole, but got over to it. Made a throw that started to pull Derigi, but he was able to stretch and get it. See if Cade can get a strikeout here and maybe get out and just limit the damage to 1.
Try to keep that runner at third. That's Brocious. Here's Reed Roush, the designated hitter. And Roush leads their team in batting average at 500. Again, just 3 games played for Coe this year, but Roush is 4 of 8 with a home run and a double.
Roush up the road in Cascade, up Highway 151.
He's down in the count 0-1. Obi throws another one in there, called strike on the inside corner, 0-2. Good pitch there from Cade.
You see Cade starting to settle in now. The 1-2 pitch, he got inside and kind of jammed the 3-hitter there, and another one where he got into the inside of the plate, and he's really starting to command both sides.
No balls and 2 strikes. Pitch from Obermueller. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. There's that strikeout you were talking about.
Good sequence there. Again, just didn't fool around. We've talked about it a little bit, how sometimes you start nibbling and you run your pitch count up because you're trying just to get an edge. And Coach McGrath just sent Cade right after him that time and was able to strike him out.
Coe leading in the first, 1-0. Runner at third with 2 outs. Here's Creighton Kreschel, right-handed batter. First pitch from Obermueller's in there on the inside corner for a called strike.
Funny enough, we talk about all the local kids. Let's figure out how Creighton got here from San Jose, California.
Don't you know the California to Coe pipeline, right?
I'm sure there's a major or there's something that really appealed to him. Family connection somewhere in there.
0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Obermueller in a good spot here, 0-2.
As you mentioned, done a nice job fighting back after some adversity here. Now he's got to finish it off. Keep the runner standing on third and get in the dugout and start scoring some runs with the bats.
0-2 pitch from Obermueller. Just high and outside. Good pitch, but just off the plate, it's 1-2.
If you watch Cade's attitude, he looks a little angry, which is great. I mean, and he's channeling it well. That's the best part of it is he's locked back in. He's throwing strikes, and he's almost offended that he gave up a run.
1-2's blooped into right center. Peterson moves over. He's got a beat on it, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. So Coe, they strike first. We give them a couple of free bases, but limit the damage at just 1. We'll see the Hawkeye bats coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the first inning, Coe has struck first. They lead 1-0. The Hawks will try to answer As they step to the box for the first time this evening, Michael Seegers will lead things off, followed by Raider Tello and Keaton Anthony. They're due up in the first. If anybody gets on, Brennan DeRiggi, he's batting fourth, and then Sam Peterson is fifth. Batting sixth for the Hawkeyes is Sam Honar today. 7, 8, 9, Chase Mosley, Ben Wilmus, Gehrig Christensen. On the mound for Co is Jacob Schmidt. It appears he's making his first appearance of the season.
First one of the season. Slinger from Ames. He's a senior, 6'2", 230. Very little on him. I know we've got about a plus or minus 78 to 82 mile an hour fastball, and not quite sure what else he's got in his toolbox. So we'll all kind of find out together, I think.
That's right. Here's Michael Seegers to lead things off in the bottom of the first. Schmidt's a tall, big righty. First pitch is in there for a strike at 81. Outside corner. Seegers had a great weekend in Mobile.
Really did. A couple of home runs, which you don't always get out of Michael, but a couple of very timely other hits that triple down the line to drive in a couple.
A one pitch is on the ground. Diving play by the shortstop. He comes up with it, throws it across. Out number one. Tip your cap there. Good play by the shortstop, Sartan.
That really was. And as we talked about before the game, you've got a team that's fielding 965 and made, given up 5 unearned runs already in the 13 they've given up on the season. And so kind of wondered how they'd field the ball. First one's a hot shot at the shortstop. Shows some good range to get over and get it.
Raider Tello steps in, the Hawkeye third baseman. First pitch on its way home. Raider watches it go by for a ball low and in.
If you just look at the weekend, Raider was 0-4 whatever, but that really doesn't tell the story of how good a weekend he had. He was on base 6 or 7 times, I think, 6 walks and a hit by pitch.
Taps this foul to the third base dugout, occupied by the visitors' Co today.
So, did everything he needed to do to help the team and really kept it alive and going. Spent a lot of time running around the bases, even though he didn't actually have a hit.
What a great addition he's been to the Hawkeye team this year. 1-1 pitch, popped up center field. Center fielder moving back and then over towards left as the wind sweeps it over there, and that's out number 2.
Yeah, fly balls today. You heard Coach Heller talk about it in pregame. Fly balls aren't going to go very far today. In addition to the cold, you've got the wind's kind of blowing right field foul pole to left field foul pole. So anything that's just kind of popped up in the air is just going to hang and drift. This is one of those where when I worked on that line drive approach, that's what today's going to be all about.
Hawks trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Here's Keaton Anthony. First pitch to Keaton is just outside, a bit low as well.
Keaton's probably not quite where he wants to be, but kind of think a little bit about what we've talked about. Almost a quiet 375 if that's possible.
Next pitch just inside 2-0. It's somebody that Coach Heller talked about in pregame as well. Looking for maybe a better week and weekend for Keaton, and it's just strange to say that as you mentioned, John, with him hitting 375. Pops this one up, shallow center. Brocious comes forward. Shortstop Sartan goes back, and he's got it as his ball cap flies off in the wind. 3 up, 3 down for Iowa. We've played 1. It's Co 1, Iowa 0. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Obermueller set with the first pitch to Allison, who swings and misses. Allison is the third baseman, the sixth hitter for the Co-Hawks. Co-leading 1-0 in the top of the second.
Pleasant Hill, Iowa, so over in the Des Moines area, Southeast Polk High School.
Obermueller out of the windup. Great pitch, swing and a miss. A breaking ball slider at 79.
This is an attitude inning for Cade to see. How do you respond to giving up an unearned run? Couple of things that you put out there. Good pitch there. Ooh.
Wow, they said that he went around, and so it is strike 3. Allison is down. Obermueller buried him on the inside with that slider.
Yeah, that was a good back foot slider. Not 100% sure he went around, but we have no view of where the plate is. But I wasn't sure it didn't cross the plate anyway. So. Good to send him back to the dugout, and good for Cade to get the strikeout. Another good breaking ball there across for a strike.
Bottom portion of the order, here's Tyler Elliott, the 7-hitter. Down on the count 0-1. So far, a better start to the inning for Obermueller. Next pitch on its way, hit sharply towards the Iowa dugout, and foul, 0-2.
Elliott from Mount Vernon, so we're getting even closer now.
Kind of scattering around the state, but honing in with Elliott. Obermueller up in the count 0-2. Looks in for the sign from Christensen. He's got it. Here it comes. Outside and away from Christensen, so it rolls to the backstop 1-2.
I'm not sure if that was, the speed was a breaking ball, but maybe it's cold. Those things are hard. Might have slipped out of his hand a little bit because it obviously had no break and just kind of sailed all the way through the backstop.
And Christensen was set up inside there. Hard for him to get to that pitch outside. 1-2. There it is. Called third strike. That's what he was looking for on that last pitch. 2 down.
Exactly right. And I think the pitch before, he just lost the grip a little bit and slid out through, and might as well have been a good waste pitch. Came back, tried to throw exactly the same thing, got the break and snap on it, and got the strikeout.
Joey Sartan, the shortstop, 8-hitter. He's been active defensively today. Obermueller starts him with a slider inside ball 1.
Good pitch there from Cade. After the initial 2 hitters, he's really done a nice job. He struck out 3 and had the ground ball to short, but otherwise he's been able to miss co-bats completely.
Just to the outside now, the right-handed hitter. It's 2-0.
Joey's from over in Batavia, Illinois, so we're
bounced to the outside of the state.
Yeah, still not too far away.
2-0 pitch on its way home. Check swing. He went around 2-1.
Yeah, if the other batter went around, he certainly did.
Yeah, no question about that. Trying for a quick inning in the second. The 2-1 from Obermueller. Half swing again, 2-2.
Yeah, that was a good fastball. So you're kind of hoping that the ball breaks, and all of a sudden you realize, oh, no, that one's not going to break.
Yeah.
And then you're just stuck, and it's past you.
Trying to strike out the side. Obermueller looks in for the sign. The 2-2. Tap just foul. Do it again.
Good contact there. That ball was moving in on his hands on the inside part of the plate, and he was able to get enough barrel on it to roll it to the backstop and stay alive.
Can really go with a lot here. You can go with the fastball, could go with the slider. Let's see what it is. The 2-2 is the slider, hit foul and out of play to the right side towards the Iowa bullpen in right.
Really seen Cade so far featuring that slider. He hasn't, he kind of works in reverse. He's worked with the off-speed stuff to set up a fastball. So, maybe you try to dot the outside part of the plate here, and you've given him a couple breaking balls, and you did fool him. You did fool him with one fastball. See if you can get him again.
2-2 outside. Went with the slider that time. Counts now full from Obermueller to Sartan.
Talked a little bit about this in the first inning, too, where it was It's a good job by Cade when he was just going after the hitters and not really trying to pick and nibble on the edge, and got caught there a little bit. But he's thrown so many good pitches, he hasn't missed by much.
Full count pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Obermueller strikes out the side in the top of the second. Iowa bats coming to the plate right after this. It's Co 1, Iowa nothing. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the second inning from Dwayne Banks Field. Co leading Iowa 1-0. The Hawks were put down 1-2-3 in the first, so we'll see DeRiggi, Peterson, and Honar due up in the bottom of the second. Iowa ranked 23rd in the national polls, the only Big Ten team that's ranked in the top 25.
Yeah, Maryland started the year ranked, has played kind of a killer schedule and paid for it a little bit, but yeah, Iowa earning some recognition, and their biggest opposing team fans right now are LSU, so that they can say they lost to a ranked team now.
DeRiggi leads off the second against Schmidt. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Iowa's got the best record in the Big Ten. Obviously, being the only Big Ten team ranked would lead you to believe something along those lines. Schmidt winds and deals the 0-1. DeRiggi on the ground to second, off the end of the bat. Scooped up by Eckert. He'll throw it to the first baseman in time. Out number 1. You look at the Big Ten, need the Big Ten to be good, John. Need them to take care of business. And some teams have done an okay job. Other teams really off to a poor start, to put it frankly. Teams like Minnesota and Northwestern, they're a combined 0-20. The Gophers are 0-11. Northwestern's 0-9.
Shh, we don't want to talk about that. Northwestern just got second in the...
Here's a bunt down the third base line from Peterson that goes foul.
Northwestern just clinched second in the men's basketball, so they're not worried about baseball right now.
We're pulling for them eventually. Wildcats, just a slow start, but we need the Big Ten to be strong to.
Well, and that's I think let's go to the other side just a little bit. You know, you got Penn State off to a good start. They're 11-3. Purdue's 8-4. Illinois has a good win. A couple of good wins at 6-4. Illinois' RPI is actually they're right now ranked 7th. So you've got some things bopping around. They've got a couple of quad 1 wins. Iowa's got a couple. Iowa's 2-0. So you've got some teams that are doing the right things. Ohio State had some good weekend. They won the Frisco Classic that Iowa was in last year. Mm-hmm. They brought home that title belt. They beat Ole Miss and Oklahoma were the 2 wins they had there. So there's some teams that are doing some good things. And
Peterson's in the box. He's worked a 3-1 count with 1 out. Bottom of the second, Iowa trailing 1-0.
Iowa's going to need that for last year when Michigan kind of upset and won the Big Ten tournament. It meant only Maryland, the regular season champion, got in.
Yeah. Peterson draws the walk. He's on first with 1 away.
So it ended up shutting out the rest of the Big Ten, including Iowa and Rutgers, who, Rutgers was ranked in the top 10 at one point, slid their way out. And after Iowa took 2 or 3, and Maryland got them later, and they ended up not getting an invite at all, even though they lost to Michigan in the championship game. So one of those things that the good part for Iowa is taking care of their own business, and then you worry about all the other things that hope to add to your resume.
Sam Honar stands in. Left-handed hitter. First pitch is high and outside. Ball 1. That's something we talked about with Coach Heller, and that the difference in last year was, well, the Hawks so far to this point have taken care of business in the first 10 games or so, whereas last year maybe they dropped a few games that to teams that they were better than.
Well, we talked this weekend about, winning game. We won 3 games in 3 completely different ways, and had to grind out some of those wins.
Honar drives this 1-0 pitch to center. Center fielder going back, but the wind's going to knock it down. The center fielder will make the catch. Tagging from first to second is Peterson, but he has to go back to first, and they can't advance Sam on the fly out to center.
Really drove that ball well, and he showed a lot of pop. He had a couple of home runs this weekend, drove in 7 runs just on those two hits, but battling the elements today, that wasn't gonna get it done.
Speaking of pop in the bat, here's Chase Mosley, the right fielder. He found his pop in his bat this weekend.
Started the parade with the grand slam on Friday.
First pitch to Chase is inside, ball 1. Peterson stands on first with 2 down, and the Hawkeyes second. Iowa trailing Co 1-0.
Maybe Coach Heller puts on a little action here and see if Petey can steal second.
Outfield really has Chase shifted to pull. They'll check on Petey at first. He dives back quickly.
Might have known Coach Heller's old signs and got the call there.
Got a read on that one. Peterson does have a large lead at first, splitting the cut of the grass. 1-0 pitch to Mosley. Hit to the third baseman and through. Into left field. Hard hit, so 2 runners on for the Hawks. We'll see how they score it. That ball just kind of hit the turf and then skidded on the turf, never really bounced.
I imagine they'll give that a hit, but if I'm a pitcher, I really want to see him make that play.
Yeah. And it'll keep the inning going for Iowa. 2 down in the bottom of the second. It is scored as a hit for Chase Mosley. Runners on first and second for the Hawks. Here's Ben Wilmus. Wilmus had a good at-bat this weekend in a pinch hit role. He stands in. Ben doesn't use any batting gloves. First pitch to Wilmus is low and outside. He squared to bunt, and he pulled that back. Good eye there from Ben.
Kind of started the rally. I was talking to him and his parents in the hotel. He's like, well, anybody can draw a walk. But it was important, and it was timely there. I heard in your highlight cut, trying to find some insurance runs, and Iowa ended up getting a handful of them that inning.
1-0 pitch to Wilmus. Line drive, base hit into left. Here's Peterson at third. He's going to round it. He's headed for home. Here's the throw. It is late. RBI single, Ben Wilmus. And we're tied.
Way to go, Wilmer. Pulled that right through the left side there. Hit it hard. That was a good throw. Had a chance to make the play at the plate, but by the time the first baseman cut it off and kind of had to do the shuffle, they weren't going to make the play at that point.
Coach Heller didn't hesitate at all to send Petey around third.
And that's, a couple things there, but trusting your guy with speed that he's going to have a chance to get there for you. And thanks to Kyle, that's just a reminder, another 2-out run for the Hawkeyes.
That's got to go on the top page of the notes. We'll have to let Sam know about that. Here's Garrett Christensen. First pitch skips in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher Hawes there to prevent that from moving any further. First and second for Iowa, 2 outs. Bottom of the second, we're tied at 1.
And what Hawkeye scored 23 2-out runs this past weekend in Alabama, I think was the number.
1-0 pitch to Christensen. Got his hands going, but didn't commit to swinging. It's 1-1 on the inside corner, a called strike.
Garrick started last Tuesday night, had a couple of at-bats, scored a run, still looking for his first Hawkeye hit.
Anything on that outside corner you think you could push it to shortstop area? A lot of room over there, but Schmidt can't find the strike zone. Breaking ball low and outside away from Garrick.
Yeah, they don't believe, Co doesn't believe he wants to go the opposite way. They've got him shaded hard to pull, and including outfield and the shortstop. So if he could just kind of serve one up over there, he'll drive in another run.
Mosley at second, Wilmus at first. 2-1 pitch to Christensen. Outside, ball 3. Seegers is on deck.
I wouldn't mind rolling around to the top, but let's see Garrick drive in a run here.
Tied at 1 in the bottom of the second on a chilly day from Iowa City. 3-1 pitch is a called strike, high and outside corner. We're almost through these chilly days, I'd like to believe, right, John? Maybe a couple more weeks.
I got a bad feeling that when we come back from Texas Tech and play that next weekend series, it's not going to be warm.
Somebody's got to be the optimist around here, right?
I appreciate that.
3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Christensen goes down on strikes. The Hawks will leave a couple of runners out there, but we tied the game. We've played 2 at Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa 1, Co 1. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans, John Leo at Dwayne Banks Field here in Iowa City. Top of the third, Co and Iowa tied at 1. Cade Obermuller back to the mound for his third inning of work. A little shaky in the first, but he struck out the side in the second, so it appears he's settled in.
You could even kind of sell him, make it a little tighter than that. Really just shaky with his first 2 hitters. Inside pitch hit the left-hander to begin with to start the game. Walked on 5 pitches the second hitter, but after that, kind of found a groove, gave up a ground out. I guess in the middle there was the throwing error when he had the runner picked off first base, caused the problem that really allowed the runners to move up, and then that's when the ground out caused him the problem and allowed the run to score, and struck out the last 5 hitters since then. 4 hitters, sorry, I missed one.
That's all right. Coach Heller mentioned that if things go well for Cade, 3 innings probably, so this could be our last look at Obermuller today. It'd be nice to just keep that strikeout train rolling. First pitch is on its way. It's tapped foul into the Co dugout to the left. Here's Daniel Hawes, the catcher. He's the 9 hitter for the Co Hawks. We're all tied at 1 in the top of the third.
Glenview, Illinois starter here, so we're continuing our border state theme at least.
A 1 pitch, high and outside with the fastball at 91. So the pitch differential in speed has been, you say, about 13 to 15 miles an hour. I think if you're getting into the 90s, we saw 78 earlier.
His off-speed pitch has been in the upper 70s, touching low 80.
1-1 just outside with the slider, 2-1.
Unless they have the guys warming up in a different place, which I don't think they can do, there's a good chance that there's nobody really up and throwing yet in the bullpen.
2-1 pitch is chopped foul to the right side. 2-2.
Part of what makes Cade so nasty is that ability to work that inside part of the plate. You've seen him a handful of times here really bust the right-hander in, and they just don't have an answer for that. They've looked fooled, haven't been able to get any type of good swing on it.
2-2 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. Foul tip, right into the glove of Christensen. So a little bit of contact, but the result's the same. 4th strikeout in a row for Obermuller.
Nice battle back. Was down in the count. Was able to find his way back and punched him out.
We'll flip things to the top of the order in Mitchell Eckert. He was hit by a pitch. He was the batter that scored for Co in the first. So Obermuller fires a fastball just high and outside.
Yeah, sitting right on top of the plate a little bit. That's how Cade got him the first time.
One-0 pitch. This is hit on the ground, foul to the third base side. 1-1's the count with one out. Top of the third, we're all tied at 1. Obermueller working in his third inning of work. One pitch. Hit foul to the left side. And into the parking lot. 1-2. Obermueller struck out 4 in a row here.
That might have been over to my car.
Uh-oh, watch out over there. I parked far away. I thought we talked about this last week, John.
We did. You got to be smarter about that.
But it's usually packed when we get over there, isn't it?
Well, he still had workers today.
Yeah. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss.
Good bounce back from Cade.
5 in a row for Obermueller. 2 down here in the top of the third. We're joined now by Bailey Ortega, member of the Iowa volleyball team. Hi, Bailey. Welcome to the broadcast.
This is so fun up here. I love this view.
Yeah, sorry we don't have anything warmer for you up here, huh?
Oh, it's toasty up here compared to the breeze out there.
Yeah, you're out of the wind at least up here.
Back-to-back strikeouts to start the third. Here's Brocious. First pitch is outside, ball 1.
So I have the benefit of doing Hawkeye volleyball in the fall as well. So what are you guys going through right now? I know you're into spring ball, and when do you have a schedule, and what are you doing?
So after spring break, we have
fouled hard over that dugout. Heads up.
We're in 20-hour weeks right now, so getting into practice and competing a little bit against each other, and then we have spring tournaments. We're at Iowa State, at Omaha. Then I want to say we have a home tournament actually in Carver Hawkeye Arena this spring. So
nice.
It'll be a pretty fun spring for us competing and getting after it.
So have you had a chance to good pitch there from Cade down low. Have you had a chance to has the Texas State transfer come in yet, or is she a fall?
She's here.
Okay.
We have one freshman here right now, Kaya Mateo, our freshman setter, and then Caitlin, our Texas State. She came in this spring. They've both been doing great with us.
Cool.
Yeah.
2-1 pitch from Obermueller, nice called strike 2-2.
You've had a chance to, you've kind of had the whole thing. You've been starter, you've been, but the one thing, and I said it with Ben, is the smile and the attitude has always been outstanding.
Thank you.
2-2's hit on the ground to third. Tello welcomes it in. He'll throw it over to first.
Nice play, Raider.
Yeah, 3 up, 3 down for Coe in the third. We'll get back for the bottom of the third. We'll talk more with Bailey Ortega coming up right after this. We're tied at 1. Hawks coming to the plate. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the third inning, Iowa and Co. all tied up at 1. It'll be the top of the order for the Hawks. Seegers, Tello, and Anthony. We're pleased to be joined by Bailey Ortega in our broadcast booth today, member of the Iowa volleyball team. You feel the program turning a corner, getting some positivity going, and really excited for the upcoming season.
Well, Bailey's never lacked for the positivity side of it. So, how is the atmosphere with Coach Barnes? What do you feel like? What are the strengths and what are kind of some of the important things you see?
I love Coach Barnes. I think that he really cares about us as people before athletes, and I think that that's really important, especially with all the mental health things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis as athletes. So, lots of things to love about Jim Barnes so far. So we're excited to see where he takes the program.
One of the things that I mentioned was people forget. They see you on the court. They see these guys on the field, and they forget that you guys are students.
Oh, yeah.
And most of you are going to try to find a way to have a job after college. And so it's more than just the athlete side.
Absolutely.
1-0 pitch to Seegers, leading off the inning, just low and outside, 2-0. Michael's worked to a hitter's advantage here.
So what about you? Do you want to coach? Do you want to just keep playing forever? What are you hoping for?
So plan is to play pro for a couple years after. Right after hoping to play overseas. And there are actually 2 pro volleyball leagues starting February 2024 in the U.S., so have some connections there and hoping to play in the U.S. as well, and then coach Division I volleyball after that.
2 balls and a strike to Seegers. He's worked a 3-1 count now, that one off the plate inside.
With the great growth of volleyball, there has been the new opportunity in the States even for some of the professional leagues.
Yeah, it's really exciting with the game of volleyball growing, and we were on ESPN this last season, the 7th game in history, so it was really great.
Seegers with a leadoff walk to begin the 3rd for Iowa.
Nobody listened to me that day when you guys were on ESPN.
Oh my gosh, took Purdue to 5. I know, it was a crazy game, but definitely growing the game, and that's what we're here to do in the first place. That's why I chose Iowa, being a homegrown kid and helping grow the game, and it's a great time to be in the volleyball world.
Here's Raider Tello standing in. He flew out to center the first time. First pitch to him is a called strike on the outside corner.
So you mentioned that too, with taking Purdue to 5, took Penn State to 5.
Yeah.
Ended up with the season being able to find a couple of big wins. How does a team learn how to win and kind of take that next step from in the Big Ten, which is really difficult?
Yeah, I think for us this past season, it was kind of getting in the groove of things with Jim, and we had a couple transfers. So having this spring, I think, is really important for us to kind of find our team culture and what we want our identity to be. And I think that if we come together and play for each other, I think the success will show because the talent's there, and we just kind of have to out-team everyone is what our motto has kind of been. So
Tello slaps this foul to the right side. It's 0-2 to Raider with runner on first. Nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. We're tied at 1.
Yeah, you don't really get any. When the Big Ten's schedule starts, you don't really have any nights off in the Big Ten, do you?
Never. It's go, go, go. But, I mean, no other conference you'd want to be in. Big Ten's so competitive, and the people in it are great. Oh, that was.
Foul ball right back to us. That screen's not there. You're going to have to make a play on that one, Bailey.
I think I could get it, maybe.
Set her hands. You got a chance. I like it. You'd be able to move that ball.
But, yeah, Big Ten's a great place to be, and it's always competitive. And even though the season can get pretty tough, I think that it's a blessing to be in the conference we're in.
Seegers takes off for second. This is shot into right center. The right fielder's got it, so Michael has to run back to first. He will be safe as he had to dive back in. Whoa, that was close. Almost got doubled up there at first as the hit and run was on.
That was a tight play there at first base, but good hustle by Michael to get back. For a preseason schedule, I can't remember where you're headed this year. Have you seen the schedule yet for where the preseason will take you?
We've talked about it a little bit. I know we'll for sure play Iowa State. I think that'll be at home this year. But preseason schedule is still kind of up for grabs and seeing where we can compete to be ready for Big Tens.
Because one of your events has always been the last few years has been the Pac-12 challenges, which has always been 2 difficult teams.
Yeah, I know we've played it at Illinois, and then this past year I want to say we were at Colorado. So maybe it'll be at Washington. It could be at home. Lots of options, but Pac-12 challenge is always fun because Power 5 in general is great for volleyball.
And I know one of the things in talking to Coach Barnes, he was hopeful of last year you're able to play UNI and Drake.
Yeah.
Which was nice. Kind of get the in-state schools, and both of those have good programs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Keaton Anthony is the Hawkeye batter in the bottom of the 3rd. He's up in the count 2-0, all tied up at 1 with Co.
Kind of a nice crowd here tonight for as you said, it's a little breezy and sitting there, not the warm, not what you think of with baseball.
Yeah, definitely a little chilly, but with a blanket, I think it's doable. And with us playing Co, definitely get a better crowd since it's in Cedar Rapids.
Exactly. Easy trip down 380.
Yeah.
It's probably 60-40 Hawkeye fans here today. There's quite a few Co fans in the middle portion of the stands here. Iowa fans down the right field line. 3 balls, no strikes to Anthony. Thought about swinging at that pitch. It's down the middle, 3-1 now. Runner on first is Seegers with 1 away in the bottom of the third, all tied at 1.
So what have you guys done? Like you don't have to give me the in-depth team goals, but what are kind of the steps that the team hopes to take this year?
Seegers takes off for second. Foul tip into the glove. Seegers is safe at second. Count is full.
Plan for the season, our continuous goal is to be in the top half of the Big Ten, be a competitor to really get into the NCAA tournament. Perk of being in the Big Ten is if you're in the top half, you're mainly getting
I think both of those will take care of themselves.
So, yeah, that's our biggest goal. And then we obviously have a lot of the intangible goals in terms of our culture and kind of what we want to create here at Iowa Volleyball.
Schmidt comes set with the 3-2. Here it is to Anthony, fouled back to the screen.
I think that was the thing that impressed me the most last year. I told Coach Barnes, you guys finished a practice with, tell a teammate who you were thankful for, and it was pretty cool, the appreciation that everybody showed, and some of it was obvious and some of it wasn't, and that was the really neat thing of some of the behind the scenes things that get done.
Full count pitch to Anthony, popped up, foul again.
Keaton is making him work.
Long at bat.
Yeah, I love it though.
Good at bat from Keaton here, and we talked about in Keaton's first at bat, trying to find a way to, he hasn't been able to, he hasn't come up very many times. We talked about it in the last broadcast with runners in scoring position, so a chance to drive in a run here.
He's got Seegers at second with 1 out. Tie game, bottom of the third. Pitch to Anthony. This is at the eyes, ball 4. 2 on for the Hawks.
So are you still in? You mentioned you've got to be gone here in a little bit. Is it? So do you have class then tonight, or what's?
So I initially was supposed to go to the Golden Hawkeyes meeting. So it's our student athlete award show I'm co-hosting this year. But I ended up texting them and I was like, "Hey, Ben is starting. I'm gonna stay at the game." So luckily, get to stay here and keep watching some Hawkeye baseball.
I did my first gossip column on Saturday and Sunday about you guys. So.
Here's DeRiggi watching the first pitch go by for a ball.
It was funny. I was sitting in a nursing home doing senior citizen bingo, and I was sitting there, and his mom texted me. He's like, "Hey, Ben's up at bat." I was like, "Oh, let me turn the radio on, hear what they have to say." And I got on, and then I hear, "I'm not much of a gossip columnist," and I was like, "Oh,
boy.
Here we go." It was funny.
DeRiggi's worked a 1-1 count with 1 out, runners on first and second for Iowa. Bottom of the third, all tied with Coe at 1. Chance for Brennan to continue his strong start to the season. He can put it in play in one of the gaps. Schmidl comes set, ready with the 1-1. Here it is. Check swing, he went around 1-2.
It's different traveling with you guys versus traveling with the baseball team. We spent 5 days in Mobile, and that was a day longer than we were supposed to. And you guys would just kind of walk and jump on the plane, and off we go, and it's quick. But
getting a charter is definitely a blessing of Iowa volleyball, getting in and out of there fast.
1-2, DeRiggi slices it foul to the left side.
The advantage, though, for us is that we get to spend then more off time with the players, and so that's when I've met some parents. I was able to meet Ben's parents, and with you guys, I try to come over to practice, but I don't necessarily get to meet any of the parents as easily.
Yeah.
Schmidt ready with the 1-2 on its way home. Base hit into right field. It's down. Seegers will round third, and Coach Heller will throw up the stop sign. Bases loaded for the Hawks in the bottom of the third. Tied at 1, here's Sam Peterson.
After the line drive that chased Seegers back earlier in the inning, he kind of held up on that one to make sure that the right fielder wasn't going to make a play, so really wasn't flying around the bases like Michael can do. So he had to hold up and give Petey a chance here to drive in some runs.
Trying to do some damage and give Cade a little bit of run support. We'll have to see if Obermuller comes back out for the 4th or if the Hawks will make a change. in this midweek game. First pitch to Peterson, popped up, shallow left center. Center fielder moving over to left. Left fielder's camped under it. He's got it. Seegers will tag, and he'll head home. He will score. A sacrifice fly from Sam Peterson. Hawks lead 2-1.
Interesting throw there. Went behind Anthony at second base, who wasn't terribly far off the bag, but just went behind him instead. Knew he didn't really have a good chance to throw out Seegers. To your point about the bullpen, though, I don't see any real action down there. Although
we saw some stretching earlier, but that's been about it. Runners on first and second for Iowa with 2 down. Honar will stand in. Honar gave one a ride earlier. He slices this foul to the left side. Out of play, 0-1.
Looks like Whitlock might be ready to jump the fence when the inning ends.
He got the start last week against Loris. Did a good job.
Jack also got his on Sunday. He is the reigning hacky sack champion for the bullpen. He won, been able to hold on to that crown and that was his first time. He was very excited.
Wow, now that's making the broadcast for the first time. 0-2 now on Honar. I don't know if that's the first time they've tried that hacky sack tournament, or that's got to be a bullpen thing, right?
It's a bullpen thing, and I think probably every bullpen in the country knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Sure. Got to find something to do when you're out there. No balls, 2 strikes to Honar with 2 on and 2 out. Iowa leading 2-1 in the bottom of the third. Schmidt's ready, the pitch. Chop to the left side. Third baseman gives chase. He's got it. No play, though, as he had to move far to his left. By the time he got out of his glove, he had nowhere to go. There wasn't anybody really covering second in time, so the base is loaded again for Chase Mosley, who does pretty well with the bases juiced.
Yeah, we've seen this one before. We kind of joked about it. Sam and I were talking after one of the games this weekend when he'd served up 2 line drives to left field, and we were talking about how the teams had shifted to him. And he said, well, to be fair, I probably never hit the ball on the ground to the left side. Well, he just hits a chopper there, and because they're out of position, they're not able to make the play.
2 outs. Runners on first, second, and third for Chase Mosley. Pitch is downstairs to begin his at-bat.
So, Bailey, you've actually lost a couple of him. You lost a couple of my favorites too. So, what will losing someone like Amaya Jones mean, and how will somebody like her, with her personality, be replaced?
Yeah, Amaya was definitely our team hype woman. She was a great teammate and a great leader. So losing her and her experience, we definitely took a hit. But I think that we have some great people that are coming in to step up. I know Toyosi is going to be huge for us this year. She has a great personality, and she definitely has that hype woman in her. So we're really excited for her this season.
2-0 pitch popped up to the right side. Second baseman moves back, but the right fielder is camped under it. He's got it for the third out of the inning. The Hawks will leave them loaded. We get a run in the bottom of the third. It's 2-1. Hawks have the lead. Thanks, Bailey, for joining us in the broadcast booth. We're excited to see the team on the volleyball floor coming up this fall.
Thank you for having me. Go Hawks.
Thanks, Bailey.
All right, to the fourth we go. It's Iowa 2, Co 1. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa leading Co 2-1, the top of the fourth inning. Hawks have got a couple of runs the last 2 innings to take the lead after Co scored first in the first. All right, we've been kind of teasing it. Weren't sure if Cade Obermuller was going to come back out for the fourth. His day is done. Good outing for Cade. He got through 3 innings. We'll close the book on him in just a minute. But the Hawks will go to the bullpen with Jack Whitlock.
And nice to have Jack out there. Again, kind of joking about the hacky sack adventure, but Jack's been good.
We'll give you the stats on Jack in just a minute. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, Whitlock gets ready to take the rubber with a 2-1 lead in the fourth.
Jack's 1-0 on the season. He got the start last Tuesday, pitched the first inning. Didn't give up anything. Threw a good, clean inning. See how he does here this afternoon.
Tall righty starts it with a bender on the inside corner to Tice Johnson, the first baseman, 3-hitter for Co. Whitlock works out of the windup. He's ready with the 0-1. Here it comes. This one's outside, 1-1.
Johnson's got a couple hits on the year. He's 3 for 12 on the young season for Co.
1 ball, 1 strike. Whitlock set the pitch. Pounding the outside corner, it's 1-2.
And we'll talk about this a lot. We'll talk about it through a lot of the broadcasts through the year, but especially for these guys that haven't come in, it'll be interesting to see the way they're going to stake out a bigger role is to come in and just pound the strike zone.
And Whitlock does just that as he gets a swing and a miss for strike 3. Johnson goes down. A lot of sliders there from Whitlock to start his day.
You see a lot of the Hawkeye pitchers come in and they do kind of, again, work off the off-speed stuff. They don't rely on the fastball. They can be, Will Christofferson, the closer, is 90% slider. They move the ball a lot.
No balls and a strike to designated hitter Reed Roush. He struck out in the first. Sort of like what we talk about as a theme for the team, to win in different ways, as the 0-1 pitch is just off the plate outside, 1-1. The pitching staff for Iowa has a lot of variety, doesn't it? With velocity, movement, and placement. It's kind of all over the place, but in a good way.
Correct. You go from, obviously you've got
the 1-1 hit on the ground to Seegers at short. He vacuums it and throws it over to DeRiggi at first, 2 down.
You've got elite arm talent in Brody Brecht, throwing 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but the funny thing is his best pitch is probably the 92-mile-an-hour slider. You've got Marcus Morgan and Zach Volker, who's able to bring it kind of in those mid-90s. Zach shows exceptional control. And then you've got a couple of great left-handers. Ooh, good pitch there. In Jared Simpson, who's really established a role, and then Cade Obermueller, who started through 3 innings here, who will be establishing a role. Is looking to put a stamp and force his way into the rotation.
The batter is Creighton Kreschel. Counts 1-1 to him after the swing and miss. 2 down in the top of the fourth. Iowa leading Co 2-1.
And the funny thing is, I still haven't mentioned the Friday night starter in Ty Langenberg. That's how deep the squad is right now.
1-2 so far. The Hawkeye pitchers have really settled in after we got out of the first. Up to 6 strikeouts now. 1-2 pitch on its way from Whitlock. Fastball. Called third strike. He got the outside corner. How about that pitch at 89 miles an hour, right on the edge?
Great pitch there. And you'd mentioned it. When you're looking slider, 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 and all of a sudden he dots the outside corner. It's just good one. I'll walk back.
Yeah, first fastball of the inning from Whitlock is the last as he sets down Kreschel. Bottom of the fourth inning coming up. Iowa 2, Co 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Iowa leading 2-1 in the bottom of the fourth inning.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you'll get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Ben Wilmus leads off the Hawkeye fourth with Iowa leading 2-1. New pitcher in the game for Co is Michael Bonner, tall righty, as he's started strong in the fourth. 0-2 count to Wilmus.
Yeah, it looks like this is Michael's first appearance as well.
Bonner's a 5'9", 185-pound sophomore. Wilmus shoots this foul now to play to the right. He is from Des Moines. Mentioned it briefly because Ben singled and put it in play the last time. The 0-2 pitch to Wilmus is high, ball one, but he stands in there without any batting gloves on, which takes a certain level of courage on a cold day like today, right? You get one off the end of the bat, forget about it. You're not going to feel your hands, and if you do feel them, it's going to hurt. 1-2 to Wilmus, outside, ball two.
Yeah, you'll have bees for days if you handle one on a day like today.
Handle, end of the bat, anything other than the barrel, you're going to be hurting, but be a little superstitious. We'll have to get the backstory on that. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Wilmus is down on strikes to begin the fourth.
Co-crowd getting a little feisty with the strikeout there.
Iowa trying to clean up the strikeout deal early in the season. Had quite a few this weekend on Saturday, but really turned it around then on Sunday.
Yeah, an exceptional job on Sunday of taking care of business, paying attention to what they're doing. I think struck out 17 times Saturday night. I think cut that number down. I believe it was 2 on Sunday. So a really good job of making the defense work on Sunday.
Christensen is the batter. It's 2-0 to Gehrig. Struck out his first time in the second.
Yeah, Hawkeyes have struck out twice today. Gehrig and then obviously Ben just now. Good line drive there.
Yeah, shot it into left center field over the shortstop's head, and Christensen has a base knock. He's on first in the bottom of the fourth.
Congratulations, Gehrig. First Hawkeye hit.
Toss that ball into the dugout, huh? All right, top of the order in Michael Seegers. Seegers walked and scored his last time up in the third. Coach Heller really has an emphasis on cleaning up the little things, cleaning up a couple of things here and there. You think that's the free bases and the strikeouts. Those are the two that probably come to mind the most for us because we just kind of hear that as an emphasis most of the time.
Well, and there's some things that your Hawkeyes have been able to get away with.
Ooh, this pitch hits Seegers. That one's going to hurt, leave a mark.
Yeah, breaking. I don't care if it is a 77-mile-an-hour breaking ball. It's kind of popped out of his hand and got him right between the numbers. But, it's the, don't make an error. Split runners when you get a chance to split runners. So it's some of those little things, too. Maybe be in the right position so that you can field the ball easily instead of not, in addition to, not walking not walking hitters, not hitting batters, being able to make contact and advance a runner instead of striking out.
Here's Raider Tello giving it a rip on the first pitch, fouled it back to the screen. Runners on first and second for Iowa. Bottom of the fourth inning. 1 out, Iowa leading 2-1.
But, the first 3 weekends last year, Iowa learned some of those lessons in losses. The beauty of this year is they've been able to find kind of a gritty way to win those games.
Tello hits this foul out of play to the right side. 0-2, trying to time up these co-pitchers that just have a little bit of a slower velocity on the way in. Hawks are giving some good at-bats, though. Good swings on these pitches. Tello's got to protect the outside of the plate now with 2 strikes on him.
He's due here.
He is due. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball high. Good job there to lay off. It's 1-2.
That is a good breaking ball. Just didn't quite snap in the way he wanted to catch the inside corner, but if you're going to throw a pitch, it's tempting. Hitter can see it. It's up kind of in that zone where they want to take a rip at it, and if they're expecting a little bit more break, they might swing, but good job from Rader to lay off.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Tello. Ground ball up the middle. Diving play by the second baseman to knock it down, and that'll save a run. He doesn't have a play on it, but tip your cap there to Eckert. Good play to dive and knock it down.
Had him shaded just a little bit up the middle, but to your point, really nice job of getting over there, and Christensen's going to score easily from second. If he doesn't get that down, couldn't make the pick, but was able to keep it corralled in the area where he was able to chase it down, and not a bad guy to have for the bases loaded either.
Here's Keaton Anthony. He and Tello, somewhat quiet weekends, productive, but not as powerful as the first couple of weekends for Iowa. Anthony will try to pick it up here. First pitch to him is a called strike. Outside corner a bit high, too. He'll look to drive one with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Yeah, Iowa hit, 5 home runs over the weekend? And if you'd have said it wasn't Keaton, it wasn't DeRiggi, it was Seegers and Honar and Chase Mosley.
You probably wouldn't have taken a guess on that one. 0-1 pitch is golfed foul to the right side, and it'll get out of here. 0-2. Let's talk about Coe for a second. They've done a nice job getting Iowa in pitchers counts. The Hawks have been down 0-2, 1-2 a lot today.
We talk a ton about Hawkeye pitchers pounding the strike zone and getting 0-1. But, you go back to Iowa's 1 loss to Sam Houston, and that was a pitcher that got ahead repeatedly and just kind of owned the strike zone. And you've seen that today from Coe.
0-2 is hit fair down the third baseline. 1 run is in. Here comes another. Anthony hustling to second. He's there with a 2 RBI double as Seegers scores. Christensen scores, and it's 4-1.
Good piece of hitting there from Keaton. Got the barrel out, was able to pull it down the left field line. Left fielder bobbled it just a little bit in the corner. I think he might have had a play at Tello at third, but the bobble allowed Tello to go in and avoid any sort of tag.
Yeah, when Christensen gets on and then Seegers gets on, really sets the table nicely for the middle of the order for the Hawks. Here's DeRiggi with 2 in scoring position for him. Iowa leading 4-1. First pitch to Brennan right down the middle, called strike.
He's a very patient hitter. He's, we talk a lot about Seegers not being afraid to take strike 1, but Brennan's shown that in his career too, and that's what you'd probably expect from an experienced fifth-year hitter.
Boy, if he gets another one of those, he'll look to turn on it. The 0-1 pitch, hit back to the net. Foul 0-2.
Straight back, timed it up really well, just under it slightly. We had talked about, Anthony's kind of lack of base runners to drive in, and so got an opportunity there with the bases loaded and was able to drive in a couple.
Really like to see that. No balls, 2 strikes to DeRiggi. 1 out, the pitch, hit on the ground, just fouled on the first base line. Breaking ball came in at 73 miles an hour. Tello's at third, Anthony's at second.
Coming into this, Keaton had 4 home runs, but just 7 RBIs. So adding a couple RBIs there to the tally on his 15 hits.
0-2 to DeRiggi, stays alive and rips it foul. Straight back 0-2.
I think if I read the game notes right, that's probably 27 games straight now for Keaton getting on base. So a good streak there. It dates back to last season, but he ended the year on a little bit of a heater and has carried over getting on base to this season.
0-2 to DeRiggi's outside, 1-2. Everybody kind of gets caught up in the, oh, you got to have a hit streak, or that's the most impressive thing. But honestly, any way that you can get on consistently to help the team, that's what we're really after. Of course, it's nice to have a good batting average, but that's an individual thing more than it is a team thing.
Yeah, you're going to look at that on-base percentage, the advanced metrics.
DeRiggi shoots this into center. The center fielder takes a couple steps to his right, then back to his left. It's caught. Tello will tag and score, so there's an RBI for DeRiggi on the line out to center.
DeRiggi was on him the whole way. The fouls were going straight back, and then that one he turned around, got barreled up, but hit it solidly, but right at the center fielder.
2 down in the Hawkeye fourth. It's 5-1. Interesting there, Coe threw it over to third to see if Tello left early, and
why don't you?
Yeah, third base umpire. He didn't. He gave the safe sign, so Tello was good there. He tagged up appropriately. 5-1, Iowa leading in the fourth.
Line drives are always a little interesting too, to make sure you get back and time that up right.
It's Peterson in the box now for Iowa. Run scored, also an RBI for the Hawkeyes center fielder. Anthony's still out there at second. No balls and a strike to Sam. Out of the stretch, Bonner is ready. Here it comes. Outside, ball 1.
He walked and scored, or actually walked with the bases loaded there and drove in a run. That's it back in the second inning. No, sac fly back in the third inning. Sorry, reading my notes wrong.
All eyes on this one. Low and outside, 2-1. Honar's on deck. Could get to him in this inning with a couple of runners on. That'd be good.
I'm cold and sleep deprived, but yes, getting Honar up there again. Had a really nice weekend down in Mobile.
We were one of the unfortunate members to be in Atlanta. Peterson fouls this back 2-2. We've just had a couple bumps in the road with some travel deals, but it's all turned out. And turned out all right.
We've all gotten there eventually.
Yeah, we've gotten where we needed to be. And we'll be getting going tomorrow, though. Some of us are headed to Lubbock.
And you guys spent, an hour on the tarmac last night, Sunday night, waiting for the lightning to clear.
Yeah, stormy in Cedar Rapids. 2-2 to Peterson. Foul again over the net, out of play towards the football facility. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, there was thunderstorm, so it was interesting when we landed. You just kind of had lightning all around us, and we're thinking, boy, I hope this plane doesn't get hit, right, with any bit of lightning. And then we had to sit at the gate for a little bit. We got out of there. And
we spent 2 hours on a plane in Atlanta and moved 100 yards.
2-2 to Peterson. Ooh. Called third strike on the outside corner. It got the edge, and Peterson goes down on strikes to end the inning. But the Hawks put up a good number. Iowa scores 3 in the fourth. It's 5-1. We'll head to the fifth right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Yeah.
Top of the fifth inning, Iowa leading Co 5-1. New pitcher in for the Hawkeyes is Nick Gatilla. Gatilla's had a good start to the season for Iowa out of the bullpen, and he'll come in the top of the fifth. He's been a reliable arm to this point.
Yeah, 3 appearances, 2 in the third innings. Walked a couple, struck out a couple, but hasn't allowed a hit yet.
He comes in at a good time. Jack Whitlock was the last pitcher for the Hawks. And let's see. Let's pull up the stats on Jack. Did a good job. 1 inning, struck out 2. Forced a ground out. He came in after Obermueller tossed the first 3, gave up an unearned run. He walked 1. He struck out 6. So, like we've talked about, once we got through the first 2 hitters of the game, the Iowa pitching has been dominant this afternoon. Hawks lead 5-1, top of the 5th.
And it speaks to the depth in the Iowa staff. Is
Catilla gets ahead early on Allison, forcing him to foul it off to the right side.
That these arms really haven't found a way to break into the regular weekend rotation, and you know how effective the Iowa pitchers have been on the weekends.
Catilla transferred in from UCF, but he is from Davenport, so he's kind of gone back and forth when it comes to the weather. 1-1 pitch is high. Ball 2. I was just going to say, if you think, he transferred in from UCF, he's probably not used to this cold weather. Well, not exactly, because Nick's been around. He's from Davenport. He's a junior.
Davenport Assumption kid.
Count is 3-1. Tall lefty, sort of out of the windup. His 3-1 pitch is high and tight. So he walks Allison to begin the 5th. Catilla out of the windup. He faces the Iowa dugout down the first base line. He comes at it. It's not sidearm, but it's not necessarily over the top either.
Got a little bit of a 3/4 motion, I suppose you'd call it, kind of that maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock, kind of in that area.
Sack bunt attempt for Elliott. He pulls it back. Catilla having a bit of a problem finding the strike zone here, as that one was just high.
He's missing everything up high, so probably just chasing his release point a little bit, where he's a little bit underneath the ball and getting everything up in the zone.
Goes with a breaking ball that's fouled out of play to the right side, evening the count 1-1. Again, even that pitch was just a little bit up, but Elliott went after it.
You want to see him kind of get on top, be able to drive it down a little bit more. So it kind of gets behind it and almost pushes it up in the air a little bit.
1-1 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. That was a good one. That was a slider on the outside portion of the plate, and that had a lot of tumble to it, right?
Exactly. More what you're looking for. He started kind of in that belt high area and break it down to the knees.
Catilla comes set with the 1-2 on its way home. This is low, blocked nicely by Christensen.
And that's almost the progression of the pitch count. You show him the belt high and drop it to the knee, then you show him the knee and drop it down a little bit lower and see if you can see what you can get him to keep chasing.
Comes set, 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Catilla gets a big-time strikeout there, with making it with 1 out.
Good job there. He brought it up just a little bit, kind of split the difference in those 2 pitches, and was able to send him fishing again.
A couple of strikeouts for Elliott today. This bottom half of the order for Co hasn't had a ton of success. It's Joey Sartan, he comes up. He struck out his first time. First pitch from Catilla is fouled sharply into the net right behind home.
Straight back. He was right on it, but kind of Hawkeye pitchers doing what you want them to do to even a good Division III team. You want them to dominate the bottom of the order, and they've done that so far today.
Nice pitch there from Catilla. Off speed, swing and a miss from Sartan, and Nick's done a nice job to get to an 0-2 count.
And we talked about this last weekend as well. It's cold, and so coming out there, sometimes it just takes a minute to get a good feel for the baseball.
Good stop there by Christensen, reaching all the way across his body to grab that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, with 1 out in the top of the 5th. Iowa leading Co 5-1.
A really good snag there as Nick left it way out in the left-handed batter's box, and good pickup from Christensen.
I'll check on the runner at first. Good move there by Catilla, because he gave a head fake there, and the whole time he was headed over to first.
Actually had him walking off the base, and if he didn't have a very big lead, if he had any type of lead at all, Nick would have had him picked off.
Nick will come home with this one. Half swing, fouled to the on-deck circle to the right.
Probably got fortunate there. If Surtain doesn't make contact there. I think he probably gets punched out anyway. So the fact that he kind of just check swing fouled that off keeps his at-bat alive.
Protecting the plate. 1-2 pitch from Gatilla. Swing and a miss. Got him with the high heater. 2 down.
Nice comeback, and again, you see that a lot with the Hawkeye pitchers. Especially if your velocity is 88 to 90, which seems fast back in my day, maybe isn't quite as fast now. But if you keep them off balance with the breaking ball that just misses outside, but you keep them off balance, you kind of slow that bat down a little bit. That allows you then to zip your fastball by them, even though it's not as dominating as some other guys might be.
1 ball, no strikes. This is fouled off of Christensen's arm. He's going to shake that one off. That doesn't feel good. Counts 1-1 with 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, nothing good about catching a foul tip right now. And do that on a 100-degree day, it feels terrible. Do it on a 45-degree day, and man, does it sting.
Forget it. Christensen's tough behind the plate. This one's popped up right side. Christensen trying to see if he has some room, but it's going to get into the stands. Foul just to our right, 1-2. Good hop by Christensen.
We send Bailey Ortega back to her seat. She's got to go make that play. She's got to just set that ball. She's got to set her hands, just catch it and set it.
Right over there by her. Gatilla has worked a 1-2 count with 2 down. He walked the first batter, but he struck out the last 2. He'll try to get him himself here. The 1-2, eye level, ball 2. Good pitch there from Nick, but just off the mark.
Be interesting now. He kind of set him up with a little speed up high, so he raises his eye line with speed. Now see if he can throw that belt high breaking ball and break it off and have him miss.
2-2, there it was. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Gatilla. Good job by Nick out of the bullpen. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Iowa 5, Co 1. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
John Evans and John Leo back at Dwayne Banks Field, where Iowa leads Co this Tuesday afternoon. 5-1, the Hawks with the lead. We'd like to take a moment to congratulate our board op today. Michael has reached 11,000 hours of work at Learfield. That spans a few years. 2,500 broadcasts or so. I think it's probably a little bit closer to 2,600, but congratulations to Michael. He's our board op this year, does a great job for us, keeps us on the air. Congratulations, Michael. Make sure somebody down the line there gets you a birthday cake or your favorite dessert for your accomplishment today. Congratulations. We're glad that you got there doing Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. How about that? All right, Hawks lead 5-1 in the bottom of the 5th. New pitcher in there for Co.
Caden Richards is the new pitcher for Co. 6'3", 180-pound sophomore from just up the road, Cedar Rapids Prairie. So this will be a great opportunity for him.
He'll face Sam Honar, the Hawkeye second baseman, as the first pitch is way inside. Almost hit Sam. Blowing in, ball 1.
Makes him skip the rope a little bit there. Just make sure Sam's paying attention as he steps in.
Next pitch to Honar. He turns on it to first base. Scooped up there. He's going to try to beat him to the bag, and he's got him by about a step and a half. So Sam is out number 1 as Johnson takes him unassisted.
Good play by the first baseman there as Richards didn't do his job, like cover first base, but was able to scoop it and win the race. So that's one of the things too. You see some of the pitchers that maybe are coming in inning and inning don't have some of the same experience, and as we talked about, it's early in the season for Co, having just played 3 games. So kind of a reminder of some of those basics that for them to compete at the level they want to compete at, they're going to have to do some of those fundamentals as well.
Here's Chase Mosley. All eyes on the first couple of pitches. Both missed. The first one out, the next one in, 2-0.
If Chase can get going again.
Watches this one. It's a called strike. It's 2-1. It'll be interesting for us, being from Iowa, born and raised. That you pay attention to the D3, the D2 schools. College is kind of all we got here, and just pay attention to the American Rivers, the ARC conference. We saw Loras last week, Co this week. Wartburg is a traditional power in that conference. 3 balls and a strike to Mosley. Outside ball 4. You've got Central and Luther. Those teams in there. It extends out west as well. But just as an Iowan, to pay attention to all forms of college athletics here in the state.
Well, it's fun when you see a team and you see a couple of the pitchers then to be able to follow them through the year and say, oh yeah, I remember when he pitched here. Or I remember when he came up to bat, or stole a base, scored a run, whatever it is. It's neat to have somebody to follow and cheer for.
Here's Wilmus. First pitch to him is low and outside, ball 1.
Yeah, obviously you don't root for him as much today, but it becomes entertaining then down the road as you see scores and see things flash across some of the various people that are covering him on Twitter and things.
Wilmus with a slightly open stance. Outside corner, called strike, 1-1.
Checking with the home plate umpire there. It's like, okay, so is that as far out as we're going, or where are we? And Coach has talked about that. It's not, you don't want to complain, but you can ask a question. And I think he called it intelligent dialogue is okay.
Check on Mosley at first.
Good move there.
Got back safely, but like you mentioned, it was close due to a good move. 1 ball, 1 strike to Wilmus.
And Caden's thrown a couple innings this year, so.
Wilmus takes this one just inside, 2-1.
He's thrown 2 2/3 innings this year, giving up a couple hits, just 1 run, walked a batter, and a couple strikeouts. So done a nice job on the mound in his 1 appearance so far. So we've seen a couple guys that hadn't pitched yet, and they'd really done well too.
Runner takes off for second, pitches outside, throw down is not in time. Good slide by Mosley to get into scoring position now at second with 1 out. I think with last week what we saw from Loras, we saw some pretty good pitching from the Dewhawks too. Mm-hmm. They had some good pitching that came in through strikes and did a nice job against the Hawks.
Yeah, there's going to be some good battles, I would think, in the conference, and good arms throughout.
Mosley takes off for third. This pitch is outside, so ball 4, and Mosley's safe at third as the throw was just a little bit wide of the bag. How about Chase getting aggressive out there?
Took advantage of not being checked, really. They'll kind of try to time it where when they go, a lot of times pitchers will look, and as they start to look back, they start to move. And if you don't double check every once in a while, you can get timed up. And Mosley did a really good job just timing him right up on the first move. If he snaps back, he's in big trouble, but he didn't, and Mosley was able to steal third.
1 gone in the Hawkeye 5th. Iowa 5, Co 1. Runners on the corners. Here's Garrett Christensen. First pitch is blocked by the catcher Hawes behind the plate. 1-0.
We got Garrick's first hit last inning. Let's see if we can get his first RBI now.
Good opportunity to do so. The runner at third and 1 out. Also a runner over there at first. That's Wilmus. 1-0 pitch to Christensen is high, ball 2. See if Wilmus maybe gets active on the base paths too. It looks like he's trying to time it up, and now with a 2-0 count to the Hawkeye catcher, see if he gets active. Got a pretty decent lead as his feet straddle the cut of the grass. 2 balls, no strikes. He takes off for second. Pitch is outside. They throw it down to third. It gets by the third baseman. Mosley's going to score. Wilmus will move up to third.
That was a really good snap throw. The idea was really good. He just threw it a little high. Maybe the third baseman tried to snap the tag down a little early because I think he felt like he had a chance. But the combination of the high throw and the eagerness to snap the tag down just went off the end of his glove and snapped out into left field and allowed Mosley to score.
Iowa 6-1 as Christensen drives this to center. Wilmus will try to tag and score. It's caught out there in center. Here comes Ben. He will score. And there's the first RBI of Garrett Christensen's career, a sac fly to center.
Good job there. Good piece of hitting. Was able to drive it out deep enough. Drive in the run. Wilmus with his speed was going to score fairly easily on any reasonably hit ball.
Hawks are doing a nice job offensively, now up 7-1. Top of the order, and Michael Seegers coming to the plate in the bottom of the 5th. Bases are empty. I will try to get it going again. First pitch to Seegers on the outside corner. Good pitch, 0-1.
We've talked about this repeatedly in different broadcasts, but Michael's kind of a take strike one sort of guy, rarely jumps at the first pitch.
Swings at this one, though, and sends it foul to the right side. Counts 0-2. I think I learned a lot about Michael this weekend because in a couple of the games, he struck out his first 2 times up, and then just to be able to move on and not let that snowball and then come back and actually be really productive in the late parts of both of those games. Staying alive here, 0-2.
He may have looked overmatched on his first at-bat in all 3 games, I think. But then, went, I think it was 4 for 6 Friday night with a couple singles, a double, and a home run. Had an important triple and a couple hits, and really strung together multi-hit games after making it out in his first at-bat.
Seegers pops this one up, shallow left center. The left fielder, center fielder come together. Center fielder Brocious will reach up and make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. The Hawks get 2 runs in the 5th, making the lead 7-1 now for Iowa. We'll bring you the 6th inning right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans and John Leo at Dwayne Banks Field here in Iowa City. Top of the 6th, Iowa 7, Co 1. We'll go to the bullpen again. It'll be the season debut of Aaron Savory for the Hawks. All right.
This is kind of exciting. A good live arm up in Dubuque Wahlert. So he's probably got, if I looked at the co-roster, right, he might have a teammate or 2 on the roster too. But really excited to see what he's got, 6'3", 180-pound freshman, and didn't get a pitch last Tuesday, but I think the Hawks are really excited about, again, another freshman that can pound the strike zone and got a live arm.
Yeah, I say season debut, also Hawkeye debut, being the freshman that he is. So really looking forward to Aaron's outing today. As you mentioned, 6'3", 180, so good stature, and really popping the mitt in his warm-up pitches. So let's see what Aaron's got in his Hawkeye debut. Hawks in their sharp new black uniforms with the gold script Iowa across the chest. Iowa's in the running for best uniforms in the league, I'd have to imagine.
A couple of good ones.
Savory starts Mitchell Eckert with a first pitch ball outside.
I was just kind of plowing through the roster. Yeah, there's Brocious, so he'll face him, and Brocious is a sophomore.
Here's a ground ball to the right side for Coe's first hit of the game. It comes in the 6th inning. Leadoff man Mitchell Eckert's got it for him.
You know, we had talked about that were we going to talk through a no-hitter or perfect game sort of thing, and I kind of had forgotten about it a little bit until Coe gets their first one there here in the top of the 6th inning.
A staff no-hitter broken up after 5. 5+ good innings. This is still, Savory just, how about a ground ball to kind of erase that. Here is Brocious to go to your point earlier, John. High school teammates. Brocious, let's see here.
Sophomore.
Okay, so pretty much right in line.
Yeah, a year ahead, so he's probably seen some of this stuff before.
No balls and a strike. Savory to Brocious. Runner on first. Here's the pitch. This is just low, and it's 1-1. Boy, you think about maybe have to check in with Aaron after this one if there are any messages exchanged between these two former teammates. 1 ball, 1 strike. Savory out of the stretch. He's setting the pitch. Brocious goes to bunt it, and he pops it up left side into the stands. It's 1-2.
And I wonder if it relieves a little bit of pressure, too. I mean, you see a familiar face, and maybe that helps a little, or if it goes the other way of an old friend that you want to make sure you get the best of.
I think back to my high school teammates. I wouldn't hear the end of it if I couldn't get them out, right? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Savory to Brocious. High and tight. Around the head. Brocious had to duck away from that one.
Brocious giving him the eye, the stare down of, hey, what, is it because I bunted on you? What's the deal?
He didn't pay his lunch money from back in high school. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Runner on first for Coe in the top of the 6th. Savory set, feels it, deals it. This is driven to right, down the line. Mosley has to give it a good hard run. It is one hopping off the wall. And so Brocious has a double. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. And Coe gets another run. It's a triple for Brocious. The throw was just late. Coach Heller will come out of the dugout to ask, are you sure that he's safe there? And so the coach for the Hawkeyes will have a discussion at home plate. It was a really nice relay.
Yeah, he checked in with Christensen too, but we don't have a replay option here. But great at bat there. That was certainly won by Brocious. Driven that ball into the wind, pushed it all the way out there.
So Brocious is at third. Here's a check swing by Johnson. Said he didn't go around on the appeal.
I'm just puzzled at this point. Had the 2 calls that I'm not sure about.
Back to back. Johnson's 0 for 2 today. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the first. Struck out his last time up. Savory pumps a fastball at 88 miles an hour for a called strike, evening the count 1-1.
This will be a good character check time. We talked about the mental approach over the weekend. The 1 pitch at a time idea. See if Aaron can buckle in here and just focus on this.
Yeah, he's done a nice job bouncing back after the RBI triple. 1-2 after the foul ball to the right side.
Still don't have an out here in the 6th inning, so see if he can get his first one here and get moving the right direction.
For a strikeout, 1-2. There it is. Called third strike. Breaking ball he went with right there for the first out of the inning.
Really good 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Snapped it off. And again, we see that a lot from the Hawkeye pitchers, but that one was really good.
First strikeout of Savory's Hawkeye career. Still that runner at third in Brocious. First pitch, swing and a miss. Nice 88-mile-an-hour fastball inside, and Roush went after it.
Well, that one fooled him. He was setting on breaking ball and thinking that was going to come back across the middle of the plate, and instead it stays in on the hands, and tried to check his swing but had no chance. Nice job here by Savary to come back. He's got Roush in trouble here, 0-2. Doubled right back up, went right back to the inside half and got him. I'll see if he gets him to with a chase pitch or goes straight for the strikeout. The 0-2 popped up shallow right. Mosley's got a heck of a run to come in. Honar playing with the wind a bit. Sam's got it. Rather, that's Gable Mitchell who's into the game. Gable Mitchell makes the catch for the second out. He's at second base now. And what made that particularly difficult was Iowa had just on that pitch rolled the infield in. So instead of being at the traditional spot where all he had to do was kind of range over and grab it, the infielder has to track back, and just not a play that an infielder makes a ton. And so good job there from Gable to come off the bench, be ready to go, track back and get it and keep the runner at third. So now 2 outs. Savary's got one more to get. Here's Kreschel. I don't see any other changes in the Hawkeye defense. Just missed that one with Mitchell going in at second for Honar. This happened with Cade in the first inning. You know, can you limit the damage to 1? You've got another one out there, but just give up the the straight line number. Don't let it get into crooked. Sure. So far impressed with Savary. There was a lot of strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kreschel with 2 outs, top of the 6th. Aaron set with his next one. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. Good pitch on the outside corner, 1-2. Yeah, he set that up with the good fastball and then was able to throw a ball that looks that way and then breaks it off the plate and swings right over top of it. Aaron looks in for the sign. He's got it. 1-2. Swing and fouled. And then Christensen couldn't quite hold on to it, so we'll have to do it again at 1-2. Christensen a little mad at himself there. I think he felt like he should have had it, but those are tough plays. If that ball moves at all, to hit it anywhere in the padding of that glove and hold on to it. Hard enough to catch the baseball with a catcher's mitt. 1-2 is a fastball high and outside, 2-2. Good snag there, saves a run. Iowa leading 7-2 in the top of the 6th. Savary looks in for the sign. He's got it. Now he comes set. 2-2 pitch on its way. Inside. Perhaps. Great pitch from Savary there. The count's now full. Yeah, that was exactly what Aaron wanted to throw. Either you have him swing over the top of it or it dots the inside corner, but umpire didn't get the memo on the dot. 3-2 pitch. There it is. Called third strike. He went right back to it, but it was a little bit more over the plate, and a called third strike for Savary. Great job from Coach McGrath there, calling pitches, doubling up, trusting him to throw that for a strike again. My guess is in Division III, they aren't going to see a lot of guys that want to throw a 3-2 breaking ball. Came right back to the same pitch and got him. Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa 7, Co 2. Hawks coming to the plate in just a minute. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue, and awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom half of the 6th inning, Iowa leading Co 7-2. It'll be 2-3-4 coming up for the Hawks. Barring any changes, it'll be Tello, Anthony, and DeRiggi to face off against a new Co pitcher, Sam McFarland. McFarland is a 6-foot, 155-pound junior from Des Moines.
Roosevelt High School. Yeah, that's I kind of.
John, do you buy that he's 155? I think he might be a little bit more than that.
Well, see, the problem is Gamecast has Adam Severson.
That would look a little bit more like it, 6'1", 180.
But the co-roster has somebody else posted.
Here's Tello lifting one into the left center gap. Center fielder giving chase. Diving play. Great play out in center by Brocious. He's having a heck of a game for Co.
No kidding. Well done there. Great diving play. Tello's standing over at first base thinking, why don't I get to stay here?
Good piece of hitting for Tello. I guess just hung up too long, but let's credit Brocious there to make that diving catch in the gap. If that gets by him, that's trouble, and certainly extra bases for Tello. Here's Anthony, first pitch inside on the belt, ball 1.
Yes, Severson is from Western Springs, Illinois, but co-roster's trying to confuse us a little.
Anthony drives this one to center, but Brocious is going to be there. He'll drift to his right towards the left center gap, and he'll reach up and grab it for out number 2. So back-to-back flyouts to center to begin the bottom of the 6th for Iowa. This is something that Coach Heller talked about in pregame. This will be a line drive game for us. Not too many line drives for Iowa. They've generated enough runs to this point, but hitting-wise, not as many line drives as I think they're probably going for.
Correct. In spurts, they've done it. You saw that as they stretched it together as DeRiggi takes strike 1. When they were able to string the runs together, again, it was because line drive. But even there, you've had a couple of sacrifice flies sprinkled in today. But then, here both fly balls.
DeRiggi's down in the count 0-2 with 2 outs.
Really nice pitch there. Breaking ball, 66 miles an hour.
Severson's ready out of his quick windup. This is tapped foul down the first base line.
The co-pitchers most of these pitchers, I think the exception being Caden Richards, haven't thrown yet for them this year. But they've come in, done a nice job, thrown strikes, kept the Hawkeye hitters at least off balance enough. Spike that one in there as that one bounced a good 4 or 5 feet in front of home plate.
Yeah, DeRiggi's not going to be able to do much with that unless he's going to hit that off the bounce, right?
You look uncomfortably cold today.
You know what? We were talking about it earlier. It's a little bit colder today than it was last week against Loras. And we kind of got to bend down from our broadcast position a little bit to see the full view of the field as DeRiggi fouls it back. And boy, if you lean down just enough, that wind comes in. I'm not trying to catch any of that, John.
I'm 100% cramped up at this point.
You're in a sweatshirt. You're in a sweatshirt. I'm in the full coat. I didn't start really wearing a coat in the outdoors until about a few years ago. I finally listened to my mom, but 1 ball, 2 strikes, pitch to DeRiggi's outside, 2-2.
I so hope she's got us on the radio as she was catching us. Your parents were here earlier freezing their feet off and left, but I hope that on their way back home they flipped the radio on so that she knows that at least one message that she gave you at some point has gotten through.
At least one. Moms are always right, aren't they?
She
paid me to say that.
It just might take us a while to figure that out.
2-2 to DeRiggi's low and outside, ball 3.
My mom was very happy that the team gave her a win on Sunday for her birthday.
That might have been the best win of the weekend, too.
Yeah.
10-1. So, happy birthday to her. Hope she had a great day aside from the game, too. 3-2 pitch is low and in to DeRiggi, ball 4. And so he's on with 2 outs.
Get Braden Frazier.
Yeah, all right. We'll get Frazier will enter the game now. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about the depth of the pitching staff. How about the depth of the outfield for Iowa? When you have the likes of Peterson and Huckstorf and Mosley's coming on, and Frazier is one of the team captains. He's out there. Hawks are really set in all positions, especially in the outfield.
And that got tested a little bit, with Huck still being out on Friday, and then Frazier having a little bit of an issue to cause him to miss. They had to do a little bit of shuffle. They pushed DeRiggi out there. You see tonight they've got Ben Wilmus who can play out there. Yep. So, you could do a little infield shuffle because then that allows Gable Mitchell to play. Or you could do what they did where you push somebody out there and have a little bit of an outfield shuffle. So it's nice to have some versatile players that allow you to have options, especially if you feel like they're good options.
Yeah, and I was loaded with plenty of good options, top to bottom, in to out. 1-1 is the count to Frazier.
I mean, that's the fun part about having so many of the pitching staff options, and then as you get people that are able to step in that really embrace the next man in idea.
That one is high, but called a strike to Braden. It's 1-2. That's sort of the Hawkeye way in all the sports around here is kind of the next man in, and to be able to buy in, because that's a two-parter. It's the reality is, okay, there's some shuffling that might need to happen, but you got to have the people buy into it. Runner takes off for second. This pitch is high. DeRiggi with a stolen base. How about that? Big Brennan sprinting from first to second. He's in scoring position with the 2-2 count to Frazier.
We were joking about that this weekend, that somebody was keeping him close, and we weren't sure how much of a stolen base threat he might be, but there we go. He got one. Or another one, I guess, is the appropriate way to say that.
Get the surprise factor. See if Braden can drive him in here. Hawks up 7-2 in the bottom of the sixth. Lights taking full effect on Dwayne Banks Field. 2-2 to Frazier. This is in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher. Counts now full.
You go back to the talk about the Iowa way and that idea. I mean, there aren't a ton of five stars knocking down probably any of the Hawkeye coaches' doors, and so it takes that and then to buy into that. It's one thing to say, ball four on the outside. It's one thing to say, yes, I believe that. It's another thing then to get there and really believe in it and do it.
Gable Mitchell will stand in. First at bat of the day for Gable. And he's got a shot here to do some more damage to Co. Bottom of the sixth, 7-2. Hawks with 7 runs on 7 hits with 1 error. Co with 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 error. So those lines are even in the error department, and runs and hits are even per team. Here's a first pitch strike to Mitchell. They threw it down to second behind DeRiggi, but he's able to scurry back and dive in there safely.
Gable showed bunt there and tried to pull it back, maybe pulled it back, but called strike anyway. But
well, they've got it marked as a ball. Did I miss that? Maybe it was a ball. I thought he called it a strike, but
I did too.
They've got it 1-0 on the board. Next pitch to Mitchell. This one is outside 2-0.
See if he flashes fingers here to tell us.
Yeah, maybe he can help everybody out.
Gable's a good spark plug. He's just 100% effort all the time, kind of flying around.
Incredible motor, right?
Yep.
2-0 pitch, high and away. 3-0.
Nope, he's got the umpire just flashed 2-1.
Yeah, he's got 2-1.
Scoreboard has it wrong.
We got to trust ourselves more, John. We had it right.
I knew what I saw.
2 balls and a strike to Mitchell. 2 down, 2 on for the Hawks. Bottom of the sixth, up 7-2. This one's outside, 3-1.
Scoreboard operator now is completely confused. Gable knew. He didn't go anywhere after the pitch. He didn't think he had walked.
Yeah, everybody had the right idea. Severson looks in for the sign. Did a good job getting the first 2 Hawkeyes out. Struggled with these last couple. He gets Mitchell to swing and miss at this one. So the count is full with runners on first and second and 2 down.
Might have fooled him a little bit there. Kind of expanded the zone on the inside. But now the runners will be moving and give Gable a chance for a couple extra RBIs.
Mitchell batting from the left side. 3-2 pitch on its way home. Skied in the air left side, fouling out a play into the Co. bullpen. So we'll do it again.
Third baseman there was chasing that like he had a beat on it, but that ball wasn't particularly close to the
even if the wind were blowing in, he would have been a really outside chance at him grabbing that one. But hey, hustle all the way over there, right?
Appreciate the effort.
Yep.
Coach is never going to yell at you for hustling to the wall.
We'll do it again at 3-2 as Severson looks in for the sign. He's got it in the pitch. Ball 4, high and outside. Mitchell was jumping at it like he wanted to swing at it, but he laid off.
I think he was jumping at it because he wanted to make sure he pushed it outside because that was really close.
Before Chase Mosley comes up, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Chase Mosley comes up with the bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch to him. Ooh. Swung on, driven to shallow center. Center fielder Brocious moves forward in front of the Black Tiger Hawk out there, and he's got the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. It's going to be hard to drive anything deep today, and the Hawks will leave them loaded in the 6th. Iowa 7, Co 2. We head to the 7th. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
We've reached the top of the 7th this Tuesday evening in Iowa City. Hawks leading the Co-Hawks 7-2, a pitching change for the black and gold. We'll see Jacob Henderson coming into the game.
Jacob Henderson comes in. He's thrown an inning this year. He pitched last week, gave up a run. Problem was he didn't allow a hit. He was one of the few Hawkeye pitchers last week that maybe struggled just a touch with control as he walked 3 batters. And ended up giving up a run that way. And then the other change is Braden Frazier stays in the game. He'll play center field for Petey.
Looks like we'll have a couple of changes, too, for Co when they come to the plate in this inning. As we see Tyler Elliott, he's warming up in the on-deck circle, but it looks like we'll see Gavin Guns to lead this inning off for the Co-Hawks.
Yes. I want to see what position Gavin plays.
Yeah, we
found
him somewhere.
We're gonna have to roll the whole thing. Gavin Guns into this. He guns somebody down. There's got to be something that goes here.
we thought a catcher maybe.
Catcher would be perfect.
Number 16, Gavin Gunn.
So top of the 7th inning, Hawks up 7-2. Looks like he's probably going in at third base. He's in for Jack Allison, who was the third baseman. First pitch is fouled back to the screen, 0-1.
So he could gun it across the diamond.
Yeah.
And he's a Dubuque senior guy, so we got another Dubuque guy.
Henderson works out of the stretch only. 0-1 pitch is high. It hit him somewhere. Christensen caught that, so I'm not sure where it hit him, but it must have just nicked the jersey a bit.
Well, at first I thought he was going to almost throw it behind him, but then he must have had enough break on the breaking ball. But actually, that's Ben Tallman now behind the plate too. We didn't have that one posted yet, but that's Ben.
First pitch is swung on and missed. This is Elliott, the right fielder. This one's lined foul to the right side. Out of play, 0-2. Good job by Henderson to work back into this one.
Jacob is a trusted arm in the bullpen. Coach Heller, really last year, Jacob would be, along with Ben Butel, was one of the firefighters. Good pitch there, curveball strikes him out. Was an arm that he trusted that. To come in and into a dirty inning, an inning with a couple guys on, to spell whoever had been in the game to come in and get the Hawkeyes out of that. Jacob, because the other pitchers have been so good so far, hasn't pitched on a weekend yet. So it'll be kind of important for him to find a groove here.
Pinch hitter for Co is Caden Haller, a freshman. Henderson is also one of those pitchers that, sort of what you're talking about, is really good and just haven't had a place to get him in yet because of the other pitchers kind of eating up those innings. But comes in as sort of a hold guy.
Exactly. And there was a place last year where Coach Heller trusted him to come close out games. They kind of shifted that role around a little bit when Dylan Nedved was starting.
1-1 pitch gets away from Tallman and all the way to the backstop. Runner advances to second.
Jacob's just struggling a little bit right now with control. We've talked about missing small. Right now he's missing certainly bigger than he wants. An impossible place there for Tallman to get out and stop that pitch.
2 balls and a strike. This pitch way outside, 3-1. Henderson also comes across his body on the release more so than over the top. And so if that release point isn't perfect every time, it's going to miss horizontally rather than vertically.
Exactly right.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch inside. Ball 4. Henderson struggling in his start in the 7th here. He's got 1 strikeout, but he's sandwiched that strikeout with a hit batsman and a walk.
That's going to be we talked about it earlier in the game. The key in this stretch is, you have to come in and do your job if you want more weekend innings.
Bottom of the order in Daniel Hawes. Takes first pitch, called strike. Good start there by Henderson. There's always that little bit of pressure for each in kind of a bullpen game like this. Hey, I don't have a lot of time to show what I've got, right? This is my only chance to prove that I need to be in there on the weekends, right?
Exactly right. That was a 81-mile-an-hour breaking ball that had to be low, I suppose. But, boy, it looked like he split the middle of the plate.
Looked awfully good from up here. 1 ball and 1 strike from Henderson. He's ready. Here's the pitch. Foul ball to the right side, 1-2.
Good job by Jacob. Other than the strikeout, first hitter now that he's been able to get ahead of. Strikeout, he was up 0-2, was able to command and take control of the at-bat, and since then he's battled from behind. So good job here to get ahead 1-2, see if he can close it out.
On the ground to the right side, Mitchell has to charge it hard. His only play is to first, so they get it to DeRiggi for the second out of the inning. Runners advance to second and third on the backside. But that was right off the end of the bat, just not hit hard enough for Gable to start turning that double play.
The runner at first base had a great read on it. Haller took off right away. The runner on second base, Guns, really was slow to take off. Had there been any real opportunity, you're not going to snap around and throw that way, but just didn't get a good jump off second base at all.
Iowa leading 7-2 in the top of the 7th. Top of the order for Coe and Eckert. This is on the ground to short. Seegers charges hard. Got to get that throw over there in a hurry, and he does. In time to retire Eckert and put down the Coe-Hawks without giving them any runs. Time to stretch things out at Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa 7, Coe 2. Bottom of the 7th coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Seven to 2, the Hawks with the Tuesday evening lead over Co. Bottom of the 7th inning. Hawks try to add some insurance in the late innings. Ben Wilmus will lead things off. We've got a big-time series with Texas Tech coming up this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. John and I will be down there in Lubbock. Texas Tech was up here last year. We took 2 out of 3 from the Red Raiders.
Split. We had a game cold it out, so we only played 2.
Cold it out.
Had a 2-game series with Texas Tech last year. Ended up winning one. I believe it was Adam Mazur and Dylan Nedved kind of shut the bats down, and maybe it was tie. I can't remember. One of the 2 games we kind of split up. Maybe it was tie.
We'll get it right by this weekend.
It was tie, and I haven't studied that one yet. I've been home 10 minutes from the last road trip. We leave in 15 minutes for the next one.
Yeah.
So, geez Louise. But yeah, it ended up being a 2-game series last year, but. Kind of the Hawkeyes took the game they won. They kind of took advantage of the way that they pitched this year, is almost splitting the game into 20 out, or 15, 18 outs for one, and 18 or 21 outs for the other.
Wilmus is the leadoff batter in the 7th. Squares to bunt, pulled it back, called strike. Friday's game at Texas Tech is scheduled to start at 6:30 down there in Lubbock, so we'll have pregame coverage beginning at 6. 0-1 pitch to Wilmus. Inside, it hit him, and he is on first base to begin the 7th.
Ben made absolutely no effort to get out of the way. Saw the curveball coming, took it off the shirt, and jogged down to first. And before anybody out there thinks that I can't do math, I do realize that I just added up to about 37 outs in a game, and I know there's not quite that many in a regulation game. So
we're just going on the fly today. Iowa's game on Saturday against Texas Tech is at 2, so we'll start at 1:30. And then on Sunday, 1 p.m. down there in Lubbock, we'll begin pregame coverage at 12:30.
I do financial planning at my day job. You should see how the math's working out there. Tallman's first at-bat here. Ben's taking the role of Brody Breck's personal catcher, which is not an easy task.
That glove hand takes a beating the way Brody pounds that mitt. No balls and a strike. Runner takes off for second. Ball's inside. Here's the throw down. It is not in time. Wilmus is on second with a stolen base.
Ben does a nice job on the base paths, and I think he had a stolen base earlier, so he's got a couple now tonight.
1 ball, 1 strike to Tallman with a runner on second. Nobody out. This pitch is outside, ball 2.
Ben swung a good bat last year. Maybe didn't start as well as he wanted, but he started seeing the ball better, and kind of as he caught up to speed in his first year at Iowa, and did a really nice job at the plate and behind the plate.
Yeah, Tallman takes this on the inside corner. Count was actually 1-2. They called a strike on the stolen base from Wilmus. So Tallman goes down on strikes. He is the first out of the inning. Good breaking ball in the inside corner.
See if the top of the order can bring Wilmus in. Hawks have been stuck on 7 hits here now for a while.
Right. Iowa got 3 walks in the 6th, but couldn't bring anybody in. Seegers has a shot to bring home Wilmus, who stands at second with 1 out. Michael squares to bunt, pulls it back, called strike.
Michael's a Michael might have a take sign from Coach Heller, and a lot of times he'll go ahead and show bunt. Gives him just a good view of what's happening and what's coming, and you never know, you create some havoc out there.
A 1 to Seegers, line to the first baseman who makes the catch and then throws it away into left field.
That was a great read from Ben Wilmus. He saw that the whole way right at the first baseman. He was moving back to the bag before the first baseman even caught it. And the first baseman then had no real chance at him, and was fortunate that he chucked it to that side where it was a pretty easy play and would have been tough for Ben to advance.
Seegers is out on the line drive to first. 2 gone in the Hawkeyes 7th. Iowa 7-2. Here's Raider Tello. 1 for 4 today. First pitch to Tello. Driven into left. This one is fair inside the line. Here comes Wilmus. He will score on the RBI single from Raider Tello.
Raider hasn't seen many strikes he doesn't like. He'll jump on that pitch. He about the exact opposite of Michael Seegers. Where Michael and Brennan might take strike one. Raider's going to, if you make a mistake to Brennan on the first pitch, he's going to drive it somewhere. Good pitch there to pull it down the left field line and drive in a run.
We'll see a pinch hitter in the DH spot for the Hawks now. It's Coy Sarsfield stepping into the right-handed batter's box. He's gotten a few pinch hit attempts this year.
In our delayed travels, Coy was in my travel party. What an entertaining dude he is. Just a lot of fun to be around. Because there was a lot to not be entertained by.
I'm sure. Being stuck in the airport a little bit longer than you'd like. Sarsfield technically doesn't have a formal at-bat. He was hit by a pitch earlier in the season. He lifts this one into left center. The outfielders are battling the night sky. Left fielders got it for the 3rd out of the inning. Hawks get 1 in the 7th, courtesy of a Raider Tello RBI single. We'll take you to the 8th right after this. It's Iowa 8, Co 2. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Top of the 8th, Iowa 8, Co 2. New pitcher in for the Hawkeyes, Luke Llewellyn.
Louis Luais making his 3rd appearance of the year. Pitched a couple innings, given up a hit, walked a couple. Doesn't have a strikeout on the year. He's got a different approach, kind of brings it right over the top in that 11:30, 12 o'clock slot. Good breaking ball. Really kind of moves it around a little bit. New first baseman as well in Blake Guerin, who's got the quarterback muffler around the waist to keep his hands warm. I think a kid from Minnesota wouldn't need that.
He's got sleeves on, too. We're just giving Blake a little bit of a hard time. Most of the Hawkeyes have black sleeves on underneath the black uniforms today. The pitcher, Luke Llewellyn, no sleeves for him, just the jersey.
He's planning on a quick inning and back in the dugout.
Right. Llewellyn, another of the pitchers that Coach Heller referenced in pregame. He's got great stuff out of the pen. Almost seemed like he'd be a setup guy, like an 8th. Obviously, we could say it in the 8th inning today, but seems like an 8th inning guy for the year. First pitch from Llewellyn, over the top, called strike on the outside corner to Brocious to kick off this at bat.
He became a closer there in the stretch in California last year, where he came in and got some really quality at bats and some outs in some really tough situations in California.
He's hitting the glove pretty hard there at 92, just down and in, 1-1. In a traditional setting where, a starter goes 6 innings and then you get a relief guy for the 7th, Llewellyn feels like he'd be the 8th before you get to the closer, which would be Christofferson, right?
Exactly.
1-1 pitch, nice off speed, inside corner, called strike.
Got it in on the inside part of the plate, and Brocious showed some pop when he tripled off the wall there. So, not somebody you just want to fool around with and lollipop one over.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Tapped foul to the right side.
Interesting, Brocious came in hitting just 167, but he's seen the ball pretty well tonight. He walked but really drove that ball from Savary out to right field.
Mm-hmm. Top of the order has been good, at least the first 2 hitters for Co. 1-2 pitch from Llewellyn, just outside. Nice spot, wouldn't go after it, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, gave a really tempting pitch there. As a hitter, you're going to swing over that, or you're going to kind of cap it and not really hit it anywhere. But umpire might call that a strike sometimes.
Missing up and away from Brocious now. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Llewellyn tried to get him to chase on the last 2. Got to bring it back in on this next one.
Good piece of hitting to get it back into where he's got a chance here, and he's not behind.
Set, and the pitch just low and outside, lost him. Leadoff walk to Brocious.
Yeah, 3 straight balls there, and took a pitch that was close. The 3-2 pitch wasn't as close, but good eye, know where the strike zone is, and earned your way onto first base.
Second walk of the day for the 2-hitter for Co. He stands at first base as Llewellyn pumps a 92-mile-an-hour strike right by Tice Johnson. Johnson today is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts.
Did drive in a run with the ground out in the first.
We've talked about release point being a factor for pitchers. When you get to the sidearm version, when your release point's off, it's going to miss left to right, inside, outside. Llewellyn, with his release point, if it's off, it's going to be up or down. Runner takes off for second, swing and a miss, throw down is through into center field, but the runner will stay put there at second.
Well, Louis is going to be exactly the opposite of Jacob Henderson. You mentioned Jacob missing left and east and west, inside and outside, so to speak. Louis, with his release point, generally is going to miss the other way. He's going to miss north and south, up and down in the zone. Just interesting ways, and hitters will have to see that and see what adjustments they can make.
1-2 pitch is fouled off of Tallman's shoulder back there. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Good job there to get a piece of it after, kind of lost a strike there when he had the hit and run, and he was trying to protect his runner. Pitch that he couldn't hit, but swung at for a strike. So still down 1-2 here.
Next pitch from Llewellyn, swing and a miss, got him on a high heater at 91.
That's about. Luke has a little bit more in, but cold night and not a lot of game action right now, and hopefully not exactly a piece in the game where you got a lot of adrenaline going. You kind of have to manufacture some of your own. Good job just to stay within himself and floated that curveball just a little high.
The first time we've really seen an off speed from Llewellyn, just a bit upstairs to Reed Roush. Roush is 0 for 3 this evening. Runner out at second, top of the 8th. Hawks up 8-2. Next one from Llewellyn, off the end of the bat, foul to the right side.
Hawks have a lot of strikeouts, but Reed's done a good job. One of the guys that he struck out in the first inning, but made contact a couple times since then. Yeah, Hawkeye pitchers 15 strikeouts on the day so far.
Next pitch, swing and a miss. There was the breaking ball, and he threw it low, and Roush went after it.
set him up with that fastball. Again, you throw the thigh-high fastball, you swing at that, and maybe you foul it off. You see the pitch come in that same tunnel, but then all of a sudden the bottom falls out of it, and you just swing right over the top.
1-2 from Llewellyn. Called third strike on the inside corner. Back-to-back for Luke.
Yeah, as a hitter there, when you're fooled, you're just hoping that maybe the umpire blinked and didn't see it, because otherwise you're going to take the short walk back.
Yeah. Iowa pitchers have done a nice job against this Co lineup. Here's Tyler Bayless.
Yeah, the pinch hitter over from Aurora, Illinois.
Right-handed hitter. Llewellyn starts him with a first pitch ball just inside. This umpire, he's kind of interesting because when he calls a strike, he looks to his right and flashes the strike. Sometimes when it's close, he'll pop up and look to his right, but he doesn't throw his hand out there, so he fooled me on that one.
He spit that time.
Yeah. 2-0 now from Llewellyn, missing inside on a pair of pitches.
Yeah, he followed all the moves, but then didn't give you the. It was like the breaking ball. It just fell off the table, and you weren't ready for it.
Not ready. Runner at second with 2 out in the top of the 8th. Hawks up 8-2. Llewellyn misses again, now 3-0.
Going to have to battle back here. The first pitch was close, but these last two have been down low, and he's got to see if he can find the zone here. Don't need to add a lot of extra traffic.
Deep breath, and the 3-0 is right over the plate there, 3-1.
Good bounce back there, 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
I'd like to see what Llewellyn's got when he's behind 3-0. The 3-1 hit foul. Look out over there in the first base dugout. Ricochets all the way down the line and right. So the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Good job by Llewellyn to battle back and get in this one. He could take care of Bayless himself here, rely on the defense behind him.
Yeah, I'd like to set him down, just finish it off here, get back in the dugout, if I'm Luke, get my coat back on instead of those short sleeves.
3-2 pitch from Llewellyn. Line drive and foul over there into the batting cages for the Hawks to the right side. We'll do it again at 3-2.
We've talked about how going kind of through the roster of pitchers, I would guess that we'll see Will Christofferson finish it off. He'll get the closer role here, even though it's not a safe situation, but he'll come in and try to finish it off would be my guess.
3-2 from Llewellyn. Tapped foul off of Benny Tallman behind the plate, and that one got him. Looked like on the inside of the leg there. He's a little slow to get up. We'll take a minute to make sure that Ben is okay behind the plate.
Ben has had some of the worst luck coming in late in the innings and then catching foul balls in bad spots.
He looks like he's all right, so we're ready for the next 3-2 pitch from Luke Llewellyn. It's on its way home. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase on the outside. And 3 strikeouts back to back to back for Llewellyn. Gets out of the top of the 8th after issuing a leadoff walk. Bottom of the 8th coming up right after this. Iowa 8, Co 2. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Hawks are up 8-2 on Co. Come to the plate with 4, 5, 6. Supposed to be DeRiggi, Frazier, and Mitchell. they'll be due up for the Hawks in this bottom of the 8th inning. New pitcher into the game for Co is Landon Powell. 6'3", 215 freshman. He's a lefty, and he's from Phoenix, Arizona. So he's found his way here to Cedar Rapids from all the way out there in Arizona.
Yeah, it'll be good to see, and good for the Hawks to see a left-handed pitcher. Just another, just a different slot, different release point, those types of things. And Blake played Friday. Was in with that wind blowing out and was maybe a little anxious. He went 1 for 4, but struck out the other times, and so it'd be good to see if he can kind of find a way to get back on track, seeing the baseball and doing those little fundamentals right with lining the ball back up the box.
Guerin takes the first pitch for a called strike at the knees. It was never going to be DeRiggi, by the way, because Guerin entered in the top of the 8th over there at first base.
I like the way you tried to reinsert him. Happens softball, that works.
Yeah. Didn't jot that one down. 0-1 pitch in there for another strike. Blake's down in the count, 0-2.
A little bit about where his struggle's been. So now that'll be talk regularly about how the pitchers kind of process things and be ready to go. Coach Heller talks a lot about with the hitters, the 15-second funnel. Get in, wipe something away, and then get in and do your business. So Blake now down here with a guy you don't really have a scouting report on. So
nothing. Can
he be ready to go with 2 strikes?
Powell is in the windup. Nods his head in approval at the sign. The 0-2 to Guerin is inside. Gets away from the catcher. It's 1-2.
He must do it differently in Division III. He's chasing that ball, whereas we see all those. We've seen a couple catchers with even get ball 4 and that goes to the backstop, and they're trying to get the hand back up, and the umpire's like, "Well, I'm not giving you one now."
Yeah.
But that time he's like, "Oh yeah, I can just grab a ball from the umpire."
People that take care of the loose balls around here. 1-2 to Guerin. Swing and a miss. Healthy hack at it, but it was an off speed at 69 miles an hour, and Guerin just missed it.
A really good off-speed pitch there. Kept him out, got him on his front foot way out in front. 5th strikeout for the Hawkeyes today. So to the point of done a better job putting the ball in play. Maybe not quite all the line drives that Coach Heller would like to see, but a much better all-around effort that way.
It's Frazier's turn now. First pitch out of the zone high.
Walked in his first at-bat. Frazier's done a nice job. It's good to have him back in the lineup and kind of leading by example there.
1-0 pitch, called strike on the inside corner, 1-1. That's a hard pitch to do a lot with unless you read it right away and get those hips turned.
Yeah, you're going to have to really get the barrel out there, and something you're going to have to pull if you push that to the opposite field at all, it's just going to hit off the handle.
1-1, foul tip into the glove, 1-2.
Another good pitch. I like what Powell brings to the table here.
Throwing it in the strike zone, giving the Hawks giving them pitches to hit. 1-2 on its way home to Frazier. Lined hard, fouling out of play over there to the right. We'll do it again.
And it's interesting you say it that way. In his previous appearance this season for Co, he's got an inning, didn't give up a hit, but did give up 2 runs. Walked a couple, wild pitch. They were both earned, so.
Frazier pops this one up towards the press box here and over our heads out of play.
Boy, if I look at that, you read that line, and he must have got through the inning he pitched, came in to pitch another one, walked a couple guys, got pulled, and then his bullpen didn't help him.
Next one to Braden. He knew it. Called strike. That floated in at 64 miles an hour. Braden is down on strikes.
Yeah, that was just couldn't get the trigger couldn't get everything triggered and going, and then once you see it breaking in, that's just the awful feeling of when is too soon to walk back to the dugout.
Gable Mitchell in there now. He'll switch hitter, so he'll move over to the right side, facing the lefty. First pitch to Gable is low and outside, ball 1.
Haven't really talked to Gable or the coaches about, what his tendencies are on either side of the plate. Is he a pull hitter one way? Is he slap one way? Or it's just kind of the same from both sides?
2-0 to Mitchell now. Switch hitters always have a preferred side, regardless of the situation. When you face a lefty, you hit righty. When you face a righty, you hit lefty. But I always have a preferred method. We'll find out what side that is for Gable as the season goes on. 2-0 pitch to him. Got his hands started, but laid off. It's outside, 3-0.
There's one side to you that's just more natural. It's the side that you started with. You rarely would start as a switch hitter. You start as either a right or left-handed hitter, and then as opportunity and aptitude presents itself later, you kind of learn how to do both. And
I wouldn't even know how to begin as a switch hitter. Just say, hey, this time I'm going to try it from the other side, I guess. I'm not sure. Gable draws the 4-pitch walk.
It's funny because I can hit a baseball or a softball left-handed actually a little bit better than I can right-handed because I can see it better, but I have no power or pop. But if you hand me a golf club and ask me to swing a golf club left-handed, I can barely make contact. And I kind of even know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Here's Chase Mosley. Runner on first and 2 gone. This pitch inside gets away from the catcher. Mitchell thought about going to second, but he'll come on back to first now. Hawks are up 8-2 in the bottom of the 8th.
Didn't get a great read on it. By the time he realized that it had bounced a little bit away, the catcher really pounced on it quickly. So he had a chance to sling it down there and force Mitchell back to first.
One-0 pitch floats high away from Chase.
Just so you're mentally prepared, if there's a ground ball to third base, he's going to guns it somewhere.
Yeah, that's where Gavin ended up. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Mosley. Outside and high as Powell's kind of lost it here.
Great snag there by Hawes to keep that from getting over to the backstop. Kind of amazes me just how sharp he was, and then all of a sudden, just for
totally lost
4 pitches here, it just kind of disappeared.
3-0 pitch is high and outside, so he's thrown 8 straight balls now. And got the first 2 outs with relative ease.
Yeah, got ahead, pounded the strike zone. And now all of a sudden, as Major League, ball 4, ball 8. I hope for everybody's sake we don't see ball 12.
Ben can drive one, but probably going to be taken until he sees a strike from Powell. First pitch, outside corner, called strike.
Maybe a slightly expanded strike zone.
Help him out a little bit.
Take 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Umpire's probably cold, too.
Can't be warm. No balls and a strike to Wilmus. Here's the pitch. That one skipped in front of the plate. Runners try to advance. The throw down to third. Not in time. Mitchell's in there. Runners on second and third now for the Hawks. 1-1 count to Ben Wilmus.
That ball was 5 feet short of home plate. 3, but it wasn't close to home plate.
Somehow blocked by the catcher.
Yeah, he actually had a chance. He popped up, made a good throw down to third, and Mitchell had to kind of slide to the outside of the bag.
Wilmus takes this one 2-1. Now Powell, when he misses, it has not been close. So that, as a batter, that's got to be concerning because you're just kind of all over the place. You don't know what to expect.
It's really hard to get kind of dug in there and think, okay, this is going to be great, and have him sling one at you. I mean, the 2 previous pitches, he spiked 3 feet in front of the plate, and then Haas made a ridiculously athletic play to catch that ball as it went sailing over his head. And then now here misses again. So 3-1 here.
Wilmus probably a little bit selective, but let's see him give it a rip. 3-1. Called strike. It'll bring Wilmus back into the box. He was headed down to first base.
I don't blame him. You don't see the belt to letter high pitch called very often in college. Technically, it should be a strike, but you just don't see it called very often.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Wilmus. Powell's ready in the pitch. Skied into center field. It'll float over towards left a little bit more, but Brocious is underneath it, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. We've played 8. Hawks have 3 more outs to get. They'll go to Will Christofferson to get that done. To the 9th we go. Iowa 8, Co 2. Back after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
John Evans, John Leo at Dwayne Banks Field. Top of the 9th inning. Iowa 8, Co 2. They'll come to the plate with their last chance in the 9th. They'll face off against Will Christofferson, the Hawkeye closer. Not a save situation, but Christofferson will come in and try to slam the door.
And this might be Kate Obermuller starting off from the left side, has some really good stuff that Co's not going to see a whole lot of, but Will Christofferson in the 20 to 22-inch movement on his slider will be something that Co doesn't see for the rest of the season.
Looks like Co might be making a few changes in their order when they come up presumably the final time here in the 9th.
Bite your tongue, man.
Yeah, Iowa's done a good job giving up just 2 hits, and they came back-to-back in the 6th. So perfect, well, not perfect, but no hit pitching through 5, and then Eckert and Brocious, the top 2 guys in the order, they went back-to-back with a single and then a triple.
And Co has created some traffic, with a couple of walks. Iowa's walked 4 batters. Jeez.
Yeah, Christofferson's first pitch is a sharp slider that's called a strike over the heart of the plate.
But, just 0 for 11 then with runners on scoring position, so haven't been able to kind of finish it off that way.
Outside on the slider this time, check swing. Didn't go around, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Will is a little bit like, we're not going to.
Just off the plate outside. Looked pretty good, but just off the plate, 2-1.
We're not going to equate him entirely to the greatest closer of all time, but you knew what Mariano Rivera was going to throw. You know Will Christofferson is going to throw you a slider, and you still can't hit it.
Yeah, 2-2 swinging through that one. It's be interesting just to see when are we going to see something other than a slider from Christofferson? We're 4 pitches in. They've all been sliders. 2-2 on its way. There's another one. Just
high
in, maybe a little bit high. 3-2. Yeah, just a bit high there.
Yeah, he's just the slider is just so nasty when he gets it moving.
3-2 pitch off the end of the bat, foul to the right side.
It's a good piece of hitting there from Guns to make contact and stay alive. I mean, it's so easy to just kind of whiff right over the top of that.
I think a changeup would go a long way in this bat, right? 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, got him. Slider on the outside corner, 1 away in the Co-Hawk 9th.
Yeah, Will is probably a 90% slider guy. So again, it's a scouting report that isn't going to surprise anybody. But but there's a credit and a testament to just how good his stuff is, that you can see it, know it's going to happen.
There he went with something a little different that time. Looked like fastball on the outside corner. Kevin Lamb is the batter.
It was only
swung and missed at it.
86 or 88, so I'm not sure that was full fastball either.
Just didn't have the break, so that's what we could tell. At least it was not the slider.
Yeah, exactly.
0-1 from Christopherson, goes back to the slider, missed it outside, 1-1.
Will, in the one of the appearances this weekend, faced 4 batters and felt like he struck them all out. The umpire didn't agree with him on one of them, but he had just around the strike zone and really good to see. Battled some injury last year and
swing and a miss from Lamb. He's really pounding the outside portion of the plate with the slider. It starts outside, it stays outside. He's not breaking back in, and it's just really tough to get a read on it because there are different levels of break in each one. As Christopherson goes back-to-back in the strikeout department with the swing and miss there, and Coe's down to their final out. Sometimes it breaks a lot from to the outside away from righties. Sometimes it doesn't have as much break because it bends back to the middle a little bit more.
Yeah, he has the kind of that 20-inch breaker, the really sharp, almost what would be 9-3 breaker. And then other times it's got a little bit more of a backup movement to it.
Caden Holler's in there now. Last chance for Coe. It's 8-2 in the top of the 9th. Hawks are leading. Bases empty and 2 outs. Christopherson's first pitch in there for a strike, 0-1.
I think Will in the year. 5 1/3 innings, had struck out 11, so he's up to 13 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Fastball is grounded foul to the right side, 0-2 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Christopherson trying to strike out the side.
Yeah, Will got the win in the season opener, right? He was the beneficiary of the Huckstorf Grand Slam against Indiana State.
That feels like quite some time ago, honestly. No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Christopherson. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove. Ben Tallman grabs it. And Christopherson strikes out the side, and that'll do it. Hawks win. Hawks win 8-2. Iowa now 10-1 on the year. Their best start since 1942. Ho-ho.
I'm old, but even I wasn't born then.
Iowa 10-1 headed into the Texas Tech series. About as good as you can get through these first 11 games, Hawkeye Nation. We'll break down the game right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Welcome back to Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa now 10-1 on the season after defeating Coe 8-2. Hawks were down after the first 1-0, but then coasted the rest of the way to take down the Coe Hawks. John, what stood out to you?
Through 10 games or through 10 wins now, just again finding another way to win. This was just very straightforward, very businesslike. It was there's just business we need to take care of. We need to get it done. Look at the stats again: 462 with runners in scoring position, 6 hits in 13 at bats. with 2 outs, kind of continuing that 4 for 12 with 3:33. So I guess the timely hitting again, runners on third and less than 2 outs. They scored the runner all 4 times. So kind of those little things that you need to do to win games. They did it, and they really took care of the business exactly the way they were supposed to.
What'd you think of Obermuller's start?
Again, I think there was nothing in there that made you think that Cade isn't going to play a prominent role as the season goes along. He's gonna earn more and more time. The best part now is you pair him with Simpson. Now you've got another left-hander that gives you a chance to get out. So you've got a little bit more of a tag team there of righties and lefties that are going to give you an opportunity to kind of add the math together to get those outs.
Just kind of doing it all, aren't they? The bullpen, the defense has been stellar for Iowa to this point. I had the one error today, but it was on a pickoff move, so not really a fielding error. Iowa gets 8 runs on 8 hits with the one error. Co 2 runs, 2 hits. It was the middle innings for Iowa that the Hawks really did their damage offensively.
Came back in and kind of focused in. They hit some line drives early in the game. Maybe didn't get everything they wanted to out of them, but then really cued in and finished it up. And again, just very businesslike in getting runs.
In a great spot as we head to Lubbock next weekend, 10-1 following the 8-2 victory over Co this evening. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll recap with highlights of Iowa's win over the Co-Hawks this evening. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Iowa beats Co 8-2 tonight. Joined now by associate head coach of the Hawkeyes, Marty Sutherland. Coach, a good, straightforward victory for the group tonight. Your thoughts?
Yeah, just, we talked about this last week. This is just a really good opportunity to get some guys out there, especially on the mound that didn't really get much opportunities on the weekends. And, we gave Cade a start, and it started off a little rocky for him, with some free bases to lead off the game. But he settled in after that, was really sharp in the second and the third inning, which was great to see. Jack Whitlock was really sharp. Guys just did a pretty good job. It was nice to get Aaron Savary out there for his first outing. Will was sharp there at the end, so we obviously hit a bunch of punch outs. The only bad thing probably on the mound, just a few too many free bases, especially to lead off innings. I thought we walked or hit a guy to lead off the inning maybe 3 or 4 times. Survived it tonight, but we know against, normal competition, that's probably something that can get you in trouble. So that's something we have to clean up. And then, it wasn't a great night to hit, obviously with the way the wind was in the cold. And I thought we had some bad luck. I specifically think of Sam's ball that he hit, Honar's ball that hit early is a home run on any normal day. Rader had some bad luck, lined out a few times. So, some of it, bad execution on our part, too many fly balls on a night like this, left a few too many guys on base. But overall, you just want to get some guys out there, which we were able to do.
10-1 on the season now. We talked with Coach Heller in pregame. Yeah, that's just taking care of business, where in years before, maybe not the best start to the season when it comes to taking care of these opportunities like this today.
Yeah, guys have certainly done a great job and just been opportunistic in a lot of ways. We've talked about the 2 out RBIs. I think coming into today, we had 38 on the season. Those are the types of things that win you games. And, just a production level across the board. I think the lineup we feel like is pretty long, which we like. We can get a lot of production, after the middle of the order. Guys like Cade Moss is off to a great start, and Braden Frazier's had some great moments, and Chase is starting to play, getting some hits and stuff like that, so that's good. So you just have opportunities to score 1 through 9, and that, when you do that, you can avoid maybe some of those ups and downs that you can hit in a normal season. So far, so good. We know we're going into a really difficult situation this weekend, a tough place to play, but, we obviously like where we're at, and it's still a long season. There's a lot left to go, and we got to continue to get better. We got to clean up some of these things that, we're overcoming right now, but we just know that, maybe not sustainable to keep giving up, 9, 10, 11 free bases each game.
Well, that competition ramps up with Texas Tech this weekend. Hostile environment. They'll be ready for us, but we'll be ready for them too, Coach.
Yeah, we're going into a great environment. It's kind of why you play college baseball. You want to go into these types of environments. I think probably one of the handful of really difficult places to play as a visiting team. They'll be ready to go, and they obviously have a great program and a storied tradition, and we like our team, and we talk about it all the time. You don't play the front of the jersey, you go out and play, and so far we've done that pretty much to every opponent that we've had thus far, and that's what we expect to do this weekend. So it'll be a great challenge, and we get out West Texas, so the wind will be blowing, I'm sure, and so we'll have some environmental things going on with the wind, but that's for both teams. So we just got to go out and do our thing. We need a really good day tomorrow, a good practice day tomorrow before we travel on Thursday. We'll get another short one practice-wise down there Thursday and be ready to go for 3. So really excited to see kind of how we handle everything.
All right, Coach, congratulations on the win, and we'll see you on that flight to Lubbock.
Thanks, John.
Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show giving his thoughts on Iowa's 8-2 winner over Co. We'll take our final break. When we come back, we'll hit you with the highlights, and then we'll sign off from Dwayne Banks Field. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hawks win tonight 8-2 over Co to improve to 10-1 on the season. Best start since 1942. Look to keep it rolling this weekend at Texas Tech. Let's go through some of the highlights from tonight's game. Iowa fell early, 1-0 trailing the Co-Hawks after 1, but Ben Wilmus with an RBI single to tie things up in the second. 1-0 pitch to Wilmus. Line drive, base hit into left. Here's Peterson at third. He's going to round it. He's headed for home. Here's the throw. It is late. RBI single, Ben Wilmus. And we're tied.
Way to go, Wilmer.
Hawks took the lead in the third with a Sam Peterson sacrifice fly. First pitch to Peterson, popped up, shallow left center. Center fielder moving over to left. Left fielder's camped under it. He's got it. Seegers will tag, and he'll head home. He will score. The sacrifice fly from Sam Peterson. Hawks lead 2-1. Iowa began to break it open with an extra base hit from Keaton Anthony, a 2 RBI double. 0-2 is hit fair down the third baseline. 1 run is in. Here comes another. Anthony hustling to second. He's there with a 2 RBI double. as Seegers scores, Christensen scores, and it's 4-1. In the fifth, Garrett Christensen had his first RBI as a Hawkeye with a sacrifice fly. Iowa 6-1 as Christensen drives this to center. Wilmus will try to tag and score. It's caught out there in center. Here comes Ben. He will score. And there's the first RBI of Garrett Christensen's career, a sac fly to center. Hawks weren't done yet in the seventh. Raider Tello, he got in on the party with an RBI single. 1 for 4 today. First pitch to Tello. Driven into left. This one is fair inside the line. Here comes Wilmus. He will score on the RBI single from Raider Tello. Big time strikeout from Will Christofferson to come in and slam the door to give Iowa the 8-2 win. No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Christofferson. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove. Ben Tallman grabs it. And Christofferson strikes out the side, and that'll do it. Hawks win. Hawks win 8-2. Iowa now 10-1 on the year. Their best start since 1942. Ho-ho. That'll do it. Iowa wins at 8-2. We're on the road at Texas Tech this weekend. Friday is our first game against the Red Raiders. 6:30 p.m. first pitch. John and I will be live on the air from Lubbock at 6 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We hope that you join us. We hope that you enjoyed today's broadcast of Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa wins at 8-2. For our board op, Michael, great job today, Michael. Thank you very much. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Dwayne Banks Field, where Iowa wins at 8-2 over Coe College. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.